I'm Anne Marie Slaughter, and I'm the CEO of New America, and I am thrilled to see all of you and everyone who's online for Katrina'S America. This is a special event for us for many reasons. I want to begin really with a moment of reflection on the devastation that the nation watched 20 years ago. I can remember it so vividly. And since then, we've seen Anderson Cooper go to hurricanes all over the place. This was the scale of the disaster itself was extraordinary. Obviously a Category 5 and the degree of the flooding, but we were also, I think, really, as in the Vietnam War, we were seeing something we knew about on the front pages, which for us were the screens. And I say that because Vietnam was the first war where people understood and saw in real time what that was. And this was a catastrophe that we were watching as a natural disaster, a human disaster, and a government disaster. So I want us to reflect on the lives lost and the loss and continuing wounds to the families and communities of Katrina. And I want us also to think of all the families and communities in Texas, because we have just gone through this and we're still going through it. And it is, again, it's a human disaster. It's also a government disaster triggered by a natural disaster. We're also here to honor the resilience, the vision, and the creativity that arose in Katrina's aftermath. And I'll say a little more about that. So I was reading in the New York Times this week. There's no daily paper, so who knows when the article was, about the Reagan staffer who came up with the question that Reagan asked Carter in the debates: are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And the point of this article was that won Reagan the election. And so I started thinking, Katrina'S America, 20 years on, are we better off than we were 20 years ago? So if you think about that with the fissures and the revelations of Katrina, the first is that the racial inequality, the disparity, the outright discrimination that was on vivid and unavoidable display through the days of Katrina, as we watched white people leave the city and Black people be left behind, and be left behind in conditions that were horrific. And again, we didn't seem to be able to do anything about. Are those conditions better today than they were 20 years ago? I don't think so. The inequalities are much worse. Now we've got inequalities among really rich white people, because when we saw the fires in Los Angeles, some people could pay for private fire brigades and their houses were saved, and others were not. And then if you look at the difference between the Palisades and Altadena, and that's again in a wealthy city, in wealthy and middle-class communities. When we look at these disasters across the country, and even without the disasters, those inequalities, disparities, and discrimination have gotten worse in many ways. When I look at that, and I look 20 years ago and now, I think we need a new America more than ever, and a new America that actually takes our commitment to being created equal, which means being morally equal, equally deserving, equal dignity, equal worth. That's the America we need. So the other thing, there were many, that I think was unavoidable with Katrina was the government incompetence. I mean, you had Walmart coming in, bringing water and providing buses, lots of civic groups providing buses. Our government could not act. And indeed, George George W. Bush, suffered for it. But it was, I remember over and over thinking, we are the richest country in the world, and we cannot manage to rescue a large part of the population who are living again in conditions that were squalid and dangerous and could have turned into all-out violence at any moment. That government incompetence, if you look at that, are we better than we were 20 years ago? No, we're not. And in fact, we are actively destroying our government's capacity to deliver health and safety and education. And as we just saw in Texas, FEMA was not perfect, but it was better than no FEMA. So we are not better off. We need a new America, a new America with a government that is strong and competent and able to serve all Americans. This is not just going to be a depressing day. This is going to be a day of reflection. It's going to be solemn. We're going to be serious. But the other thing that came out of Katrina was extraordinary energy and innovation and commitment of the people of New Orleans, the people in New Orleans, and the many people from New Orleans, many of whom went back, people who were not, who went to New Orleans, who saw a chance to build something new. That is still in process. But there, if I ask, are we better off than we were 20 years ago? There I see glimmers of light. I mean, necessity is the mother of invention. If things are not working at the federal level and not working at the state level, then you do what you can where you can. But there, we are seeing signs of a new American sense of innovation, of energy, of political participation, of just determination to get on with it and fix problems at the local level in ways that I think will be very important for that new America that we imagine. So we're going to have a great day of panels and discussion and questions from all of you. I have to just also tell you this event is the first of a whole series of events that marks the 25th anniversary of New America. We were founded in 1999. Anybody doing the math is going to say, wait a minute, we are 25 this year. So we are celebrating being 25. We are now a young adult. We know where we're going. We have the capacity to get there. But we will have a series of events that are commemorating where we've been, where we are, and that are focusing also on the future and going into 2026, the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Looking ahead and looking ahead at the 10, 20, 50, 250 years after that in a spirit of pride, reckoning, and aspiration. And I think in many ways the story of New Orleans is also fits into pride, reckoning, and aspiration. So I hope you'll join us for many more events. We're really proud today that so many of our speakers are former New America Fellows, including Van Newkirk, whom I'm going to turn this over to in just a minute. Sherry Fink, the first book I read in 2013 when I became CEO of New America was 5 Days at Memorial, and I could not put it down. It was like reliving Katrina, but it does what all great New America Fellows books does. It's an incredible read, and you are constantly thinking, oh my God, look at what this means. Look at the ethical dilemmas. Look at these were older, helpless folk being left behind, but it wasn't just this was terrible. It really it raises issues that are public policy questions. Nicole Hannah-Jones, who I don't need to introduce, Reuben Jonathan Miller, Clint Smith, Ted Johnson, who is running our Us at 250 initiative, Adam Harris, and Van curated today's program. So these fellows, and we have now more than 300, are really in many ways the soul of New America. New America was founded in large part to create a new generation of public intellectuals, and you're going to see a lot of those public intellectuals, writers, commentators on display. I think they represent a lot of what's best about New America, curiosity, purpose, innovation, empathy, and scholarship, because these are serious books that really serves the public and tell stories that you can't miss. So I want to thank all the participants. I also want to thank our fellows and future security program and today's supporters and sponsors, the Arizona State University. You see their logo. We have a big partnership with them. The John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation as well, who've been wonderful supporters of our narrative work and much of our other work for making this possible. So have a wonderful day. I hope it is not just a day of remembrance, but a call to action. And I hope that the insights we gain are directly relevant to building that new America. Thank you. Van.
Thank you, Anne-Marie, and thank you everyone who came and joined us this morning. It's my honor to welcome you all here to this special event and this special day. It is my hope that we can take time today to reflect and remember in commemoration of the 20th anniversary of Katrina and all the people who had their lives changed by the flood, by the event, and by our nation's response. I think that in this time of forgetting and isolation, which marks this country, one of the most important things that we can do is to convene and tell stories. What we can do as intellectuals, storytellers, and keepers of the flame is to be dogged in our pursuit of truth, to insist on hearing from people who were pushed to the margins of our society and discourse, and to commit ourselves to always be learning. And today, I think we'll be learning a lot. I think we'll be joining and fellowshipping and eating good food. For those of you online, I hope you can cook. And also, like Anne-Marie said, before we start, I do want to sit in reflection and solidarity with people who were affected by the floods in Texas, who are still waiting to have their houses rebuilt in California from the wildfires, who face future threats of fires and floods, who are fleeing for higher ground every day. Now, it won't take too long because we've got an amazing first panel to get to, but I do want to start today's event with a few housekeeping notes. First of all, Wi-Fi is available and network information can be found on a small frame on the counter in the back of the room. There are also several restrooms available on this floor. If you take a right and then a left, upon exiting this room, you will find men's, women's, and a single stall gender-neutral restroom down the hall. Additionally, we got water fountains, the same hall, and there is a wellness room. It's a quiet, windowless room that's good for midday prayer, for pumping, or whatever you need if you need a moment alone. And also, we have a dedicated room for anyone who needs to pump or breastfeed upstairs. Now, if you take a left and go under these stairs, you'll see a blue staircase. If you need to work, if you need to take any calls, use your laptop, we have dedicated phone booths over there that have desks, chairs, outlets, Wi-Fi, everything. And also, across from here, right across the hall, is the Independence Conference Room. So if you need to use your laptop, take any calls, do any work, we don't want to be in your way, but we would like you to make it so we can talk and hear each other in here. Let's see what else we got. Downstairs, if you need to leave the building for any reason, the elevators should still be unlocked, but if they aren't, please see the person at the desk to get back up to 9th floor. And also, let's see, we are selling books for each of the speakers who are authors outside, courtesy of Solid State Books. For each of the panels, we will not be doing full paragraph length introductions from the podium. I think your time is best spent actually listening to people. So we have at your tables, there are little cards. And on those cards, you can scan the QR code for more information. Oh, it's actually, no, it's in the packet also that you have. And finally, for when we have Q&As, we are going to have a mic runner come around for everybody so that everyone online can hear your questions and everyone in the room can hear. As a general rule, you may think you are loud enough to speak without a microphone, and you are wrong. I also must remind everyone that questions they end with a question mark, and that we ask that you refrain from doing more than one. Now, without further ado, I want to introduce our first panel, which is Race and Class in Katrina's America. And we've got some wonderful panelists, including renowned environmental health advocate and MacArthur Fellow Catherine Coleman Flowers. We've got Rosa Gomez Harin, founder and principal of Radical Southern Strategies, LLC. And we've got MacArthur Fellow and sociologist and professor at the University of Chicago, Reuben Jonathan Miller, all moderated by New America's own Ted Johnson. So please, welcome our new panel. Thank you.
All right, thank y'all for being here. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. I think I'm going to learn just as much as all of you in the room, and I'm excited about it. To start the conversation, we're going to have these big questions about race and class and Katrina, and but I don't want to leave those things in isolation because the learnings here, the lessons are how race and class intersect with our systems, with our institutions, with the people and place where Katrina happened. And so our panel of experts here are going to help us understand these interactions a bit more in ways that I think will help us understand our country more and the places we have for growth. The first place I want to start, though, is to kind of talk about the experience of living through Katrina. Um, I have to remind myself that 20 years ago wasn't yesterday. I turned 50 next month, so it feels like everyone knows Katrina. No, everyone wasn't, 30 years old when Katrina happened. And so I want to ask, like, where you were, what you were doing the moment when you realized not that Katrina was coming or that it had hit, but that it was bad and very, very bad, maybe even, nation-changing bad. For me, I was a military officer. I was in Omaha, Nebraska at the Strategic Command, and there was a war going on. We were thinking about cyberspace and intelligence and all this stuff. And I remember walking by with the director of the National Security Agency at the time, looking at a TV and seeing people wading through water with their belongings on their shoulders, wondering how in the world in this nation with all this money, this powerful military, are there people basically neck deep in water without help? Where's the government? I knew where we were. We were not thinking about Katrina. We were thinking about war. And at that moment, I felt like there was a disconnect in what the nation's potential was and where its priorities were. And that moment for me is where I recognized Katrina could be a moment for the country that maybe there was no going back to the previous version. So I want to ask all three of you, what do you remember that moment that Katrina really hit you to signal this was going to be different than before? We just sort of go down the line here with Catherine. Sorry.
Well, first of all, I just want to make sure my mic was on. Good morning. I'm Southern, so I have to always speak. Um, but during that particular time, I just remember I was in Montgomery, Alabama. Um, a lot of times when we have these storms and they hit that part of the Gulf Coast, we're impacted as well. A lot of people don't realize how big these storms are. When I realized how bad it was we had power outages in Montgomery. And the power outages lasted in some parts, if the infrastructure was older and above ground, it lasted for a longer period of time than other parts of town that were newer and they had the infrastructure for the power underground. And I knew it was bad when I saw people in the Dome Stadium asking for water. I knew something was different. And the fact that help was not going there fast enough. That that impacted me greatly because I realized that we were willing to allow American citizens to starve, to not have water, or to send the help that we thought, that we had been led to believe, excuse me, would come whenever there was that type of disaster. And I realized that we were not ready as a nation to deal with the kinds of disasters and types of climate events that were going to come in the future. And I think that the canary in the coal mine for me was Katrina.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Catherine. Hi. So at the time, I was living in Biloxi, Mississippi, which again, similar to Catherine's experience, didn't get a lot of coverage, right? So I remember there was a hurricane before, I believe it was Ivan. The people were saying we needed to evacuate, but I want to also always highlight that leaving is a very expensive decision, right? And it's not a decision that everybody can make. We left for Ivan and not much happened and then came back. And, when Katrina was coming, we were like, okay, we're staying. We can't afford to leave again. So we decided to stay in Biloxi. And then the day before, Katrina was on a Monday. I remember that Sunday, my partner came home and said, we need to leave. This is not looking good. At the time, I was a student. I was finishing undergrad. So he was the only one working. Money was really tight. We didn't have a car that was reliable. We ended up having to go with other friends. It took us 8 hours to get to Jackson, Alabama, which is usually a 2-hour ride. And we rode the storm there. I think for me, there are like two moments when it hit me. The first one was when we finally got power back in Alabama, and we were watching the news, and there was absolutely no coverage of Mississippi or Alabama or any other areas. Everything was very much about New Orleans, and rightfully so, right? But when they did show Mississippi, the only thing they showed was the casinos, the damage to the casinos, to the private sector, to the infrastructure, not to the homes, not to the people, right? And we lost people, we lost friends during that hurricane. But anyway, so we didn't know what was happening, and we were not able to come back because we didn't know what to come back to or how to come back. So we ended up coming up here, actually we came up north where I have family, and staying up here for like 2 weeks, until a friend of mine, an immigrant like myself from Jamaica, I remember exactly, he texted me, text messages started to work maybe a week after, saying that I was, the roads are open, you want to come back, come back. And that's when we drove back. We actually took the Greyhound back because we didn't have a car. Again, I left my old car back home. And when we came back, that was the moment, like driving into Mississippi, getting into the Gulf Coast and seeing the damage. It's been 2 weeks, right? And we're just now able to come back and to an unexpected environment. To me, it looked like and it felt like a bomb had exploded. It was like an explosion, the amount of damage that we saw. So I think that was kind of the first moment when I actually was like, wow, this is huge, bigger than anything I ever experienced. And then the second time was when a few weeks later, labor protections were weakened and some protections were lifted by the federal government. To allow for people to, to be able to work without documentation, and the David Bacon's Act was lifted. There were all these labor things that happened that we didn't know were happening until we realized they were happening. When we saw, how immigrants like myself were brought in to this region for their labor, and when our labor was no longer needed or wanted, we were then pushed away, right? So those were like the big moments for me at the time.
Yeah, Ruben.
Um, my wife and I have a son, Jonathan, who's 20, on August 30th. And we're from Chicago. We were very far away from the disaster. But I remember, as my wife was going into labor, seeing, the storm hit land, seeing Katrina hit. I remember quickly turning off the TV, getting to the hospital, and the boy is big. He was born 10 pounds and some change, right? Like, so he's like, he's a big boy, right? So labor was a minute. And so, I mean, it wasn't quite the storm, but it was serious. You know, it was serious, and I messed up a bunch of times. I was seriously in trouble during labor, making all sorts of mistakes. But anyway, so saying the wrong things, getting the wrong anyway. I just remember the next morning, you know, the boy is born and all is right in the world, and he's, you know, to me this beautiful baby full of promise and potential. He's a beautiful Black boy, and then oh, somebody wanted to watch TV for some reason, and we turned the television back on, and people are on roofs with signs, and people are wading through waters with signs, and these are Black people, overwhelmingly Black people that the world does not care at all about. And so it was that deep moment of juxtaposition. On the one hand, all the promise, and on the other hand, the deep realization that folks outside of the circle of care don't care very much. Don't care very much.
Yeah, wow, that visual is powerful. And it reminds us that storms are not things that happen to places that then you have to learn to recover from. They are things you live through, they're experiences. Life doesn't stop just because the storm hit.
Yeah.
Parts of life must stop because things aren't functioning, systems aren't working, but the living doesn't. And so the choices we make pre-storm, during the storm, and afterwards impact not just how we survive it, but then the world that we create post-storm. And so that's kind of where I want to lead this next question and sort of hit on each of your expertise areas in the process. For Catherine, you study lots about environmental justice and the intersection of race and class with the kind of environment people have the opportunity or the option to live in. And Katrina was, by every measure, a sort of natural disaster, a humanitarian catastrophe. The environment was assaulted during Katrina and changed. So can you tell me about how the environmental impacts of New Orleans pre-Katrina, sort of the place Katrina hit, and then how the storm changed how we think or understand environmental justice as the recovery efforts slowed to get off the ground, but started to happen?
Well, I think we learned a lot from Katrina. I think prior to Katrina in New Orleans, there were reports about whether or not the levees would hold, and they were ignored. And I just remember going back looking at the local media that had done a series of articles on the levees and predicting this. And I think that in this country, we have a hard time dealing with reality until it hits us. And instead of preparing for it, I guess people look the other way until it happens. And then when Katrina happened, I think one of the things that was really obvious to me when I got a chance to go there after Katrina with General Russell Honore, who ended up coming out as a hero to local folk because he was local, and he also went in bringing back humanity to a situation that had become very inhumane in terms of the way the government dealt with people that were impacted. When I went back there, I guess one of the things that was glaring to me is where people were settled. I think if you look at the settlement patterns of New Orleans and who survived and who didn't, you can tell that a lot of that had to do with redlining and who could get loans to buy homes where. So, of course, the areas that I just remember when I was in the military and stationed in Biloxi, I always said, well, if they let people of color live near the water, it must be a dangerous area. So, likewise in New Orleans, and to see how where even today where people are living, there's a possibility of this happening again. And as it relates to environmental justice, what we've seen is that it's generally where people are marginalized, who cannot afford to hire the lobbyists to get that path or that factory moved somewhere else, We saw that at Standing Rock, and the reason why it didn't go through Bismarck and went the way it did was because of the power of the people to move it, who had influence. And then if we look at Boxtown right now in Memphis, where Justin Pearson is fighting this factory, this data center that's in the area, who's living there, who's impacted by it. And I'm going to take it a step further. Because in this country, what we're learning that it's not just based on race, it's also based on money. We just went to East Palestine in Ohio. East Palestine is an area that's about 97% white. I think when we went there with our group, the black population went up. But what I will say, and this was not a disaster that was caused by nature, this was caused by man. But the people there, what I kept hearing there was Flint. And some people referred to Katrina. So I think it's important for us to have these discussions because we're at a point in our country where class is determining who gets help and who doesn't. Class is going to determine, or if you're in a wildfire and you're in a certain part of the country, there may not be any help coming. Politics is determining that too. I didn't want to say that, but I think I need to say that. But I think that we're at a point where we're not even acknowledging that climate change is a thing. The states that are the most vulnerable are those that are in the eye of the storm. And as we talk about Katrina today, another storm is churning down in the Gulf. We could be going through this again and again and again. And I'm not even sure if there's a FEMA anymore because the call center, you can't call for help. So we're in a different place or worse place than we were in before. And I think that the sad part about some of this is that I think the difference with Katrina is that you had the person who ended up being the savior was local. He was from the area, he was from Louisiana, and people trusted him. A lot of these people that are making decisions now have never been to these areas, don't plan to go to the area, and only go when the camera shows up. And then they leave. And therefore, it continues. And I guess we cannot not mention what is happening in Texas right now. And looking to see where, and I'm from a red area, one of the reddest areas in the country. It didn't stop them from having these disasters. And certainly, it'll be interesting to look and make a comparison about what will happen there versus what happened in New Orleans.
Rosa, you mentioned that to get folks to come back, there were a lot of restrictions lifted, and then a lot of folks that were immigrants took that opportunity to find work and establish a new life there. Can you talk about how Katrina reshaped the demographics of the region? And you write specifically about this idea of emerging barrios, and I'm just curious, you know, what did the Hispanic population look like before then, and then how did Katrina and these sort of lifting of restrictions, and then thank you, we got your labor, we don't need any more, please leave. How did geographically, sort of spatially, and demographically did Katrina impact the Hispanic community down there in particular?
Yes. So, like I mentioned, I was in Biloxi, Mississippi at the time, and I always joke that before Katrina, we always say before and after Katrina, like now we say before and after COVID, you know. But before Katrina, all of us knew each other. We hung out every Sunday because we were so few. It's not true. We were like, there were a few hundred immigrants in the area. But after Katrina in Mississippi, there was a clear explosion of population. I remember our local church. We went from a small Sunday service to 3 services on Sunday just to be able to meet them. That's how you know the people are here, right? It's by looking at the churches, looking at the stores, new stores. There was one Latino store in Biloxi. After Katrina, there were probably 10 or 20. And that's how you know the community has arrived and they're settled here. I moved to New Orleans in 2009, and I saw a very similar phenomenon, although it's a different community because there is a longer history of Latinx people in the area. But what my research showed that the demographic changes are quite significant, right? Like, so I developed a concept of emerging barrios. Barrios is the Spanish word for neighborhoods. And barrios in the urban planning literature are defined as neighborhoods where the Latinx community is at least 50% of the population. And then there is also a notion of hyper barrios where the Latinx community is at least 75% of the population. We didn't have any of those in New Orleans or in Mississippi. So I developed the concept of emerging barrios, and what I define it as a census tract where the Latinx community is between 25 and 50% of the population. So when I did the analysis of the census data, which we know is not fully accurate, we're undercounted, but just going with those numbers and assuming that they're kind of accurate, right? I found that there was one emerging barrio in the New Orleans metro in 2000 in Kenner, which is where the majority of my community is, or where we're disproportionately represented in Kenner. There was one emerging barrio, so one census tract where there were 25 to 50% of people who self-identify as Hispanic or Latino. In 2010, so 5 years after the storm, there were 9 emerging barrios. 4 in Kenner, 3 in Metairie, and 3 in New Orleans, or 2 in New Orleans, in Mid-City. And then looking at 2020 data from the census, there are 28 emerging barrios in the New Orleans metro, and there is one actual barrio. So there is now one census tract in Kenner, too, where the Latinx community is at least 50% of the population. So it is a clear, kind of pattern of growth that is also kind of stands in opposition to what we see with the Black community and the white community that have experienced a decrease since Katrina in numbers. Our community has actually more than doubled since, and the only explanation is Katrina. Like, the only big thing that happened in that period of time is Hurricane Katrina, right? And then I also have talked to people, interviewed tons of people. I have also done work in the immigrant rights movement, so I know that a lot of people from Latin America a lot of them were people who were already in the States, right? It's not necessarily that they came straight from Latin America. They were already in the States in another part of the US, and then they came down to the Gulf Coast because of the Reconstruction era, the job opportunities, and then they start bringing their families, their friends, other people start coming, and then they move into other sectors like the hospitality industry and other sectors, still the construction sector. But that has been, the experience is like a huge explosion of population, communities and networks that have been built around that. And what I have found is that people have moved into these areas for 2 main reasons. One, housing affordability, that's huge, right? Being able to afford a place to live. And 2, proximity to other people that look like you. So that's kind of where my findings are about that.
Well, I didn't realize the explosion had been that large that quickly post-Katrina. Ruben, I wanted to ask you, one of the photos that stands out to me, it's actually a comparison of 2 photos, is the one that shows a white couple in water with provisions, and the news caption reads, stranded couple looking for food, trying to survive. And then there's a similar picture of Black folks with provisions, and it says looters, invading the stores, that sort of thing. So my question is sort of about our notions of criminality and how Katrina either reified, reshaped, reframed, or verified. I guess reified sort of gets that. Our perceptions or stereotypes of how different communities behave, and the sort of internal, like their desire to survive is seen as morally good in one instance and criminal in another. So could you talk about just sort of like the message to the public around who drowned in Katrina and why, and who the good people and bad people were, and also the sort of its interaction with the criminal justice system or institutions, the prisons and things during Katrina, and how those folks were or were not accounted for?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Rosa reminded us in the break room in response to a question that you asked about what happened to the prisoners. who were, folks being held in jails and prisons. And Rosa reminded us that about 655 people were just left behind during the storm to fend for themselves, for days without food or water, while Katrina was rolling. And I think that, along with this picture, really crystallizes the fusion of Blackness, poverty, and criminality in the American imagination. And so if I think about Louisiana is just an interesting state for folks who think about criminal justice. I mean, so the U.S. incarceration rate hovers somewhere in the high 600s to mid 700s per 100,000 people. And it's been like that for the last, I don't know, since say the 1990s, somewhere around that. El Salvador surpassed the United States in 2022 because Bukele does this state of emergency and starts rounding up everybody that gets called a gang member or something like that, which should remind us why registries of all kinds are really dangerous in this country. So El Salvador's incarceration rate is higher than the United States. U.S. in its height is 767. El Salvador is about 1,000 per 100,000 people. It's a whole lot of folks. Louisiana is 1,067. 1,067. Louisiana's got Angola. The lit tells us that places that held slaves have higher incarceration rates than places that don't. This isn't to say that the liberal North is off the hook. That's not the case. But there's a long-standing conflation with Blackness and criminality. And now to think about poverty, I'm thinking about these horrifying infographics that came out of Raj Chetty's shop that were in the New York Times. It was this kind of it was tracing income inequality, and it was looking at a version of social mobility. Raj Chetty is, of course, a famous economist, and he's looking at social mobility, and he you follow the dots. The infographic is moving. You follow the dots. This comes back to an incarceration point, I promise. But like so you follow the dots, and you follow the white dots, and the white dots stay steady. Some drop out of their income bracket. Some float up, but there's not a whole lot of social mobility in the United States. Not a whole lot, but there's some among white. You look at the folks that represent Asian people, the dots that represent Asian people. It kind of stays steady, floats up. A couple few drop out. You look at Hispanic, or you look at Latinx people, and there's more of a drop off, but it kind of stays steady. You look at those black dots drop like crazy. They drop like crazy. So much so that a black boy from a household that makes $38,000 a year is just as likely to be arrested or incarcerated as a white boy from a household that makes $1 million. I'm sorry, the other way. Black boy, $1 million, white boy, 38,000. Good Lord, I messed that up. Anyway, but this is, I was all drama with it too. I was like flailing the hands and you know what I mean? I was like ready for the point. Anyway, okay. All this to say, so then those of us who are paying attention to crime, to the way crime is covered, to the way people think about crime in the American imagination are unsurprised that this is the depiction, that it reflects it. And that this relationship between the presumption of criminality, race, and poverty is just wild. And how that relates to public policy is also a wild kind of thing. I mean, so the first God didn't come from DJ Khaled. It came from some public official in Louisiana who said we've been trying to, something to the effect of, we've been trying to clear out the housing. We've been trying to clear out public housing for years and years. God did it. God did it in the wake of Katrina. And so Black folks' survival strategies are criminalized. These are things that we know. Poor folks' survival strategies are criminalized. These are the things that we know. And when folks complain about their survival strategies being criminalized, about wanting opportunity, this kind of thing, then the brakes get pumped. Whoa, 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 what are you complaining about? I want to give one example, and this comes directly into the point that you raised about the demographic shift. So I was at a Policy Link conference in 2008. This is 3 years after Hurricane Katrina, obviously, and we had done the poverty tour. A cab driver had taken me around to show me, Katrina, and I got to peek my head inside some places and jump back in the cab, and he's driving me around for an extra tip or whatever the situation is. And one thing that struck me was the fact that the water lines were still there, that, it's 3 years later and their houses still have water lines on the doggone outside of the house, let alone what's going on the inside, water lines at 7-8 feet high. It was horrifying. So then we go back and we watch this great documentary by Danny Glover called Trouble the Water. It was a fantastic documentary. Folks haven't seen it. It's really worth seeing. And there's this discussion about the way people are covered, how folks think about Black people, the displacement of Black people, the pushing out, the God doing it of this equation. And somebody stands up and says, well, we want to rebuild the city. It's a brother, it's a Black person, says, we want to rebuild the city. But we can't because, now he says, Latinos are coming in and pushing us out. Now, okay, racial politics are complicated. Groups are being used in all sorts of ways, right? Like to your point, when the group gets discarded after, right? Like demonized, discarded. I also learned that there were Indian workers that were being shipped over, right? Like guest workers, and then kicked out like shortly thereafter, held in trailers with formaldehyde. But what do people say to the brother who stands up and says, we want to work, but we're being pushed out? They say, no, that's divisive. What you see with your eyes isn't true. Your eyes are lying to you. That's your internalized racism speaking. So in response to your point about this fusion of Blackness and criminality, it's wild, it's interesting, and this moment was a deep moment of crystallization that told the folks on the ground what people really felt about people who don't have means, especially Black people in this country.
Right, which is sort of, that's a perfect way to sort of segue into this next question for all of you. And it's whether the race and class conversation about Katrina is a race and class conversation, or if there's a separate conversation to be had about race and a separate conversation to be had about class. And so I wonder if there's to the point you raised about like a well-off Black child is just as likely to get arrested as a white child who may be working class or in poverty. Are the dynamics in race and class, particularly in the region, so intertwined that you can't have one conversation without the other? Or is there a conversation where this is a class conversation about distribution, fairness, equity, or this is a race conversation about sort of belonging, equal rights, opportunity? So what do you think? Is it one conversation, race and class, or can it be multiple?
I think it's one conversation.
Yeah.
I don't think that you can separate race from class, right? And I think going back to what Ruben was saying, Black folks were locked out of the city, right? They were not allowed to come back into public housing buildings to retrieve their own belongings, even though some of those units weren't even damaged. So they were not allowed to return. That was an intentional effort to lock people, Black people in particular, Black low-income people, out of the city of New Orleans. And then when my people came in to rebuild, to take advantage of the opportunities and rebuild, we were pitted against each other. And that was also, I think, a very intentional effort to separate us and not allow us to build collective power. And that's why I'm always very wary and very, when I see immigrants like myself, even in the post-Katrina era, when we were marching and protesting for our rights, it was with the slogans like, we're not criminals, and or we're reconstruction workers, are we? Because those are divisive narratives. When we say we're not criminals, we're criminalizing our brothers and sisters. We're not recognizing how Blackness is criminalized every day. We're also not seeing that the folks that stay at OPP, Orleans Parish Prison, the 650 folks, 80% of them were there waiting for trial. with charges of no violent crimes, right? For committing survival crimes, allegedly committing survival crimes. Those are the people that were left behind. And yet we say they are the criminals, we're not the criminals. So I think those are all very intentional efforts to divide us, to not allow us to come together, and that also reflect that race and class are very much intertwined. I mean, look at me. I can be part of either one community, right? Like, and when you look at immigrants and Latinx communities, we come in all colors and shapes, but we're very much racialized in this country as being all brown, right? So yeah, I don't think that we can have a separate conversation. It's the same.
Right. Right.
I have a different perspective. I think that we have multiple conversations. I think it should be race, class, and history, because I think that history determines what type of conversation we have. And in some communities, like where I'm from, I'm from Lowndes County, Alabama. Lowndes County, Alabama is between Selma and Montgomery. It is the home of the original Black Panther Party, because people in Lowndes County organized for the right to vote and took as their emblem the Black Panther. But everybody knows about Oakland, and now people, because of Van, are learning more about Lowndes County. But I think that we have to have multiple conversations, because when I look at Lowndes County and I look at its history in terms of how we are treated, I have to go back to, prior to Reconstruction, and when Lowndes County was founded and why it was founded. And it was founded to promote slavery. The people, we talked about this earlier, the people from South Carolina founded Lowndes County. Lowndes County is named for a person who advocated for the Indian removal policy as well as slavery. And to reward this person, there's a Lowndes County, Georgia, a Lowndes County, Alabama, and a Lowndes County, Mississippi. So that's one layer. Then the other layer is after the labor force changed, and I keep hearing this over and over again, because we're seeing this happen right now. When the needs change, then the needs for who they want change. Because when cotton was no longer king, there was no need for people to pick cotton. And that had to change. That reconfigured things. But one of the things that was significant about the civil rights movement was that there was a Black middle class. Had there not been a Black middle class in Lowndes County, then SNCC wouldn't have had a place to go. Because if you were a sharecropper, you're going to get kicked off the property. And therefore, you wouldn't have a place to stay. But it was that Black middle class that stabilized it. So I think it is race and class. And then later, as we talk about Katrina, I think when we talk about these rural communities, that's a whole different conversation. When we talk about Katrina, we oftentimes talk about New Orleans. That's an urban setting. But there were rural communities that also were impacted by this that did not get any help. Nobody came. And their homes were destroyed. And some people, and FEMA was paying pennies on a dollar to give people what they needed. And those trailers with formaldehyde, a lot of those ended up in the rural communities. Some of them are still in the rural communities right now. If you drive through Lowndes County, you see people living in Katrina-era trailers that we know are not safe and are very toxic. So for me, and based on what I'm seeing, I think that we should talk about race, class, and history. To put it in context, go visit the Equal Justice Initiative. Visit the lynching memorial. See the history and how it's all connected. But at the same time, if you look at what Reverend Barber is doing right here in DC, talking about what is happening with poor people, I think that class is a major, major part of this, because I'm seeing there are wealthy Black people that are not having the same problems that people coming from marginalized communities that are poor are having right now and experiencing. I think it's a different kind of experience. And I think we have to acknowledge that. And lastly, I want to mention, as it relates to Katrina, another population that people don't talk about were the Vietnamese population, the people that were living, that were fishing and shrimping. And when I went down to the Gulf Coast, to the Mobile area, where there were lots of Vietnamese families were living there, they had to go back into their homes when they still had mold in it. That story is not being told about how those families were impacted as well. So my question would be, I'd like to know that, has ICE gone into those communities? Are those communities still classified as having the same kinds of populations now that they had when you did your study?
I'd love this conversation, and very much appreciate the, I don't know, eye toward its sophistication, but I don't want to say that and then obscure it. Like, I don't want to say that and be like, okay, it's like it's too much. No, like, I mean, for the general public, not for folks who get paid to think about the stuff, or that, like, this is our jobs or something like that. But I want to think about race and class and history in an example. In a recent example, so let's pretend that Katrina's history, like listen, and I want to think about how race and class mattered for the administration of these very meager benefits, for example. And so there's a literature that comes out in like 2012, which is very recent history, on something that political scientists are calling administrative burdens. And so what is it? Why don't people who need help get help? Is one of the questions, and so the specter of American racism, and also the hatred of the poor, causes us to blame people who are in the middle of a circumstance trying to figure it out for the circumstance itself. It's something that they did, and so how does that express itself? How does that express itself? So when you're grabbing a loaf of bread from the store, you're stealing. That's how it expresses itself. Even though there's 6 feet of water and you got to wade through it to get the bread or the eggs or whatever. And if you happen to grab the TV because you could sell it, okay, we can have a conversation. I would definitely grab the TV anyway. Okay. So how does that show up in something like government benefits and how people get it? Well, when folks apply for things, there's a presumption. There's a skepticism. There's a presumption that people are going to use the benefit for the wrong thing. So all these requirements get dropped in getting it. And in Katrina, one of the requirements was have paperwork to show your place of residence so that you could get benefits from FEMA. Your house is underwater. How do you show? How do you show? So the presumption that you're gonna steal the benefit, that you're gonna use the benefit for lobster or whatever the situation shows up, and that's a racist presumption, but that's also a class-based presumption, because the presumption is that poor people are poor because of their decisions, because of their habits, because of what they do. So every decade or so, the American Enterprise Institute partners with another conservative think tank to put out a survey that asks poor people what they do with their money. And so every decade or so, they find out that poor people are spending money on CD players. Then there's no longer a CD player. Then they ask, well, are you getting a DVD? There's no longer a DVD. Then they ask, are you getting, like this thing keeps ratcheting. It's always, what do you do with how do you mismanage? How are you wrong? Is the question that we constantly are asking this group, and I think Katrina brought that to a flashpoint, and where all kinds of benefits have all sorts of requirements, and I don't think that's new, but I think that resonates with how we've operated.
Yeah, so we're going to open it up to questions here in just a little bit. So please get your questions ready, and we'll have a mic runner that will come around to ensure your questions are heard by both us, but also the folks online. So while that's happening, I wanted to ask one last question before we go to that. So I study race and politics, and one of the things that stood out to me was in 2004, Bush's support among Black voters basically looked like Trump's did just recently in 2024. And what happens in 2005, Katrina, Bush's Black support falls out. And then Obama comes on the scene, and again, it took 20 years for Republicans to regain what they lost in '04. And I think Katrina wasn't just something that happened in the process of an alignment underway. I actually think it was a catalyst for it. And not just Katrina, but even Barack Obama's chances in '08, I think were very much connected to the perception and the reality that the United States government mismanaged not just the war or the housing bubble burst, but also Katrina. And Kanye West famously said, you know, George Bush doesn't care about Black people. And I think he wasn't being, I think he was channeling a sentiment in the nation instead of being sort of avant-garde, maybe in his approach, but not in the sentiment. So in your areas, did Katrina, was it a turning point for your area of study? Was it a focusing event? How does your work look different pre-Katrina compared to sort of now 20 years post? Or maybe it says, yes, what we thought about the country is true, and here's another data point.
Well, for me, my work certainly has changed because prior to Katrina, and Katrina wasn't a flashpoint for it, but people didn't even acknowledge that there were people in the United States of America living with raw sewage on the ground. So it was still America's dirty secret then. And for some people, it's still America's dirty secret now because it's almost inevitable whenever I go somewhere, people come up to me and say, oh, I didn't know that there were people that didn't have toilets that worked. But that's been a problem in America. But just think about during Katrina, you not only had alligators in the water, you had sewage in the water too. And the sewage that would have been at your house is now at somebody else's house. And I'm just interested in knowing whether or not there are diseases that came about as a result of this hurricane and the breakdown in all these systems that where everybody was exposed. And I guess because of Katrina and because of these climatic events in terms of my work, I think that's when I started thinking about more and more about tropical diseases like Zika. Because Zika, it was during Zika when I started thinking about and all the mosquitoes. And that's when I started thinking about the sewage on the ground in Lowndes County and whether or not, because of an experience that I had with mosquitoes nesting on raw sewage and biting me, are there other kinds of diseases people could be exposed to as a result? And I mean, even when we think about what's happening in Texas right now with the floods, a lot of those places are rural and a lot of those places have failing septic systems or no septic systems at all. And all that sewage is in the water. They even test sewage now for disease outbreaks before it becomes a disease outbreak. But I wonder about that. And for my work, I think that that's one of the reasons why we ended up looking at environmental justice through a different lens and combining it with science and working with the scientists at Baylor's National School of Tropical Medicine to be able to show, because until we did that study with Baylor to show hookworm and other tropical illnesses in Lowndes County, people were not paying it any attention. I had been doing that work since 2002, but it was actually 2017 when the study was published, when people started to pay attention and realize, oh, just because it's over there doesn't mean that it can't impact me. And of course, COVID just highlighted that even more when we realized that diseases that could start supposedly over in the East can end up impacting people in places like Lowndes County, which had the highest COVID death rate per capita in the state of Alabama. And that's largely because of the environmental injustice that was going on with people being exposed to these things. So I think that Katrina and the events that have happened since Katrina, the way it impacts environmental justice is that we have to also look at the science. And we have to, the science help to clarify and tell the stories of the people that are on the ground and what they're seeing. And that's going to be, I think, even more important going forward as people are looking at things that are real and saying that they're not. I won't even go into that. That's another session.
That's right.
But anyway,
That's
I'll
this
stop
afternoon.
there.
For me, I think that Katrina kind of shifted my perspective. So I was a fairly new immigrant at the time. I have came to this country in 2002, right? Katrina hit in 2005, so I've only been here for like 3 years. I was aware of the inequities. I think that they were exposed by Katrina and then exacerbated by the response to Katrina, right? It shifted my perspective. It made me see. So I've lived neoliberalism in Latin America. I lived it. I was born in the 80s. Like I know what it does. I know what the privatization of public services do to communities. I know what happens when the state retrieves and then people are left to their own devices. I lived that in Latin America, and then Katrina made me live it here. So I saw it here in a different environment. It's different, but it's still similar in what it does. So it made me focus my research on my work, looking at neoliberal policies and their devastating impact in our communities and in our everyday lives. And then from a personal perspective, I think Katrina, the post-Katrina, I will say 2-3 years after Katrina is when we started seeing what we're seeing now, this anti-immigrant policies, narratives, efforts. One of the biggest raids in Mississippi was in Laurel, Mississippi in 2008. Over 600 families were separated during that raid. I was there for that response. And many of those people were folks that came to the Gulf Coast. And then when the reconstruction jobs were no longer needed, they moved up to Laurel, which is kind of the middle of the state, right? To work at the chicken poultry plants, where a lot of our folks are in poultry plants even today in Louisiana and in Mississippi. So that was kind of my first kind of on your face. You're not wanted, you're not needed, you are actually hated, and people are intentionally trying to kick you out just because of the way you look and because of this idea that you're stealing people's jobs, which is very much how I feel today, almost 20 years later.
Thanks for the question, and again, like I'm just blown away by the conversation. I wanted to think about. This is why I have my laptop, because I have a note about this West. Kanye West. First of all, I missed the old Kanye. Like, let me just say that.
Yeah, let's stipulate that.
Let's say that first. Let's say that first. So in response to this moment, I think Bush was elected as a compassionate conservative, and I think Bush was the last of the so-called compassionate conservatives. I don't mean so-called. I mean, I think compassionate conservatism is interesting, important, but really is about charity. At least my reading of it, and I think compassionate conservatism was met with this stark reality that called out its contradictions, especially in the Bush administration. So when West says this, the country is divided on West in the moment, but the country is also divided on West response. So to say this very quickly, I keep thinking about political scientists in part because of you, I think, right? Like, but also these are the folks who are doing the work at the surveys at this moment. And there's this public opinion survey that Michael Dawson, Melissa Harris Perry, and Kathy Cohen put out to try to figure out, in the wake of Katrina, how the country feels, and especially this West comment. And so they asked, were West's remarks unjustified? This is in October, so it's just a few months after Katrina. So, the country is feeling compassionate. We're doing water drives all over the country. I remember loading up some U-Haul trucks to send some water down. I remember students on every major college campus jumping on planes and parachuting into New Orleans and the surrounding areas. A few months later, though, were West's remarks unjustified? 9% of Black folks said West shouldn't have said that. Just 9%. 9. Missed the old Kanye. 56% of white people said West's remarks were unjustifiable. Now, let's say that's just Kanye West. Let's just say because George Bush is compassionate. Next question was, does the disaster show that racial inequality remains a major American problem? 90% of Black people say yes, of course. 38% of white people say yes. October. October, not 10 years later, not running up to Trump. Last question. What's more important in this moment? To meet the needs of the people who've been affected by the hurricane, or to do so in a way that you can pay for it? Literal question. Is fiscal responsibility important to be thinking about in this moment, or meeting the needs of the people who've been directly affected? Vast majority, over half of white people say fiscal responsibility. And then, of course, like, well over 70, 80% of black folks. So anyway, I think that there are real limits to this version of politics. And I think there's a version to history and to acknowledging a certain reality on the ground that makes folks who are in the middle of a catastrophe feel like complainers in a given moment. And I think this is sort of forecasts for us the responses that we see across the country. But it also, but I think it's important to think about this in black and white terms, of course, as we are right now. And I'm going to shut up in 22 seconds. He's like, cut it. We gotta go. But I think the distrust of government is also a really interesting and important thing that creeps in, not just in this moment, is on something of a wave that begins in the 50s and 60s, when we start to see black folks get access to benefits that they well deserve. So the welfare rolls explode after lawsuits make it to the Supreme Court in the 1960s that say you can't just deny somebody welfare benefits because you don't like them. You have to give them due process. That was the decision. And after that, the welfare rolls explode, like increased capacity by like 40%. So they're operating at something like 90% of its capacity in that moment. This is the moment where you see distrust of government creep in ways that we hadn't seen before. Then you get something like Katrina, on and on and on. This is a cascading effect where not just there's a disdain for black people, which is something we have to watch for, but there's also something about the distrust for government of all kinds that lead us to the moment that we're in today.
Yeah, and I think Texas speaks, that the flooding in Texas speaks exactly to that point as well. Okay, let's do a couple of questions. Do we have, please raise your hand and someone with a mic will find you. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Aisha Sultan. I'm a columnist at the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. And 2 months ago today, we had devastating tornadoes in St. Louis that just caused like $10 billion worth of damage, mostly on the north side of the city that had been long neglected and predominantly black. And I am really curious, having covered disasters and man-made and natural for a long time, what kind of coverage would you have liked to have seen in the months after Katrina? What type of coverage, especially what a daily, regional, local newspaper does, do you think breaks through? Because a lot of readers do develop, especially when you're writing about marginalized communities, a sort of fatigue. And now we can see that very, very starkly because metrics on stories are so easily tracked as opposed to when they were just printed in the paper. And so I can directly see the types of stuff that gets read and how much it gets read and how long people read it. So as I think about, now I was out in the neighborhoods right after it happened, writing columns about people there, but as I think about coverage going forward, I would like to hear from you what type of coverage you would have liked to see that you feel like would have broken through.
One of you want to jump on that one?
Well, in February of this year, it was announced that that the DOJ was going to end the agreement with the Alabama Department of Public Health around, getting sewage off the ground in Lowndes County, and they mischaracterized it as an illegal DEI initiative. Since that time, we've been hearing from media around the world. And the way, instead of me telling this story, because I'm not living it, we actually take them there and they get the opportunity to meet people that are living in it. And they get to see it, they get to smell it, they get to walk on that soggy ground, to see the balls with the basketballs in the sewage, to even go over to the high school that I attended and see that the sewage lagoon is right next door to it. And I think that, and having to fight the flies and the mosquitoes like I've had to do all these years. And as a result, the reporter from Sweden that was there recently called me because of her experience there, not just because of the people that she met and the stories that she was telling, but I think she told a better story as a result. I think a lot of times people parachute in and don't spend the time that's necessary to be able to tell those stories and be able to tell it from and let the people themselves tell the story from their perspective. That has worked for us because this was February when that announcement was made. We're still getting calls of people that want to go to Lowndes County, and people are coming from around the world. The most recent reporter that reached out to me is from Germany, and they want to tell the story. I think that we have to learn ways in which to make sure that we capture the voices of the people that are on the ground.
Another question? We'll go here and then to you, sir.
Hi, my name is Calvin. This is a question, I guess, for the panel, but it's also, I'm a Chicago-based journalist, so I guess it's maybe also specific to Mr. Miller. We were talking about resource allocation, and I'm sure, as you know, in 2013, Rahm Emanuel shut down 53 public schools in Chicago, mostly on the west and south sides. And into today, in a supposedly progressive city, there's still a serious lack of resources going to a lot of these schools, and to the point where a lot of them don't exist anymore. And it's a very particularly unique problem to Chicago, just the way the public school systems work. But my question is, within a city that at least is supposedly progressive, one of the more progressive mayors in the country, still struggling to address some of these challenges, or maybe not even doing enough to talk about some of these specific things. Like, I guess my question is how do you see the pathway for generating necessary conversation around something like that? I guess maybe even like more broadly nationally when we're having political conversations. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks for that question. Okay, so one part of my answer will be to punt to folks who think about education specifically. So I think about in our city, e-viewing, for example, but many others, Melissa Roderick at the Crown Family School, like reach out to me. I'd love to put you in touch with 75 people. But I think when we think about the coverage of especially in relation to education, the needs of like schools and what schools need, under-resourced schools, this kind of thing. I think the face that we get in Chicago at the very least, but I also think nationally, is the face of the teachers union. And then there's a teachers union politic that gets associated with help for schools. And I don't know that that's necessarily to the detriment of the schools, but I think that we have to break how we talk about students and what students need, the role that schools play. So for example, there's the educational role that schools play, but schools also play a role as an anchor in folks' communities. This is Eve Ewing's work. She talks about the way people make memory around the schools, and so when a bunch of schools were closed, folks would have picnics at the sites where the schools used to be. This kind of thing, and so I think that we can maybe offer a more sophisticated coverage of what schools are and what they do and the role that they play in community beyond just whether or not people get higher test scores or something like that, and certainly beyond whether or not teachers make enough or the classrooms are too small or something like that.
All right, we've got time for one more question. I almost don't know where to go. Oh, Anne-Marie, okay, yes. Okay, we'll go to Anne-Marie, and then we'll just do one concluding thought before we wrap up here.
Thank you. And thanks for really a wonderful conversation. I want to go back to the exchange between Rosa and Ruben on the questions of tensions between the Black community and the Latino community in New Orleans, and just more broadly. And Ruben, to your point, where when that gets raised, one response is, no, you can't do that because that's your racism, that's your othering. And we hear that a lot. And from the feminist perspective, I heard that a lot. Nope, you can't have a tension with another group of women because we're all fighting for women against men. But I'd love to hear your perspectives on, if you can't have that conversation, we're obscuring something that is really there and important. And I'm wondering if you have thoughts on maybe having that conversation and coming together against the deliberate attempts, of course, of politicians all over the world. I mean, when there are ethnic and racial divisions, somebody will exploit them, whether it's in Bosnia or New Orleans or anywhere else. Is there a way to have that conversation so you do create a stronger bond that says, no, that is an issue, but the bigger issue is none of us are getting what we really need? I'd just love to hear a few more reflections.
So I think that there have been efforts like that. I remember post-Katrina, there were these Black and Brown unity convenings that I used to participate on. It's been so long, I can't remember the details. But what I do know is that often when we do create a space for those conversations, we're kind of preaching to the choir, right? So we're creating spaces for organizers and advocates and activists to come together and build that common ground. And that's great, but we're not getting to the masses. And I think, I don't know that I have the answer, but I think that one thing that I constantly have to remind myself as I'm being racialized in this country and kind of buying into the stereotypes about my community is that we kind of come from our own histories and our own countries with a long history of racism, right, that we bring here. There's also this made up construct about Latinx people being liberal and being somehow leaning left on the political spectrum. That's not true. Like, talk to any of my family members. Like, that's not true. Look at what's happening in Latin America right now. Look at the governments that are being, the presidents that are being elected. We're actually more conservative leaning than left wing leaning. So because of, the church and the history of colonization, and we can go back centuries to try to explain that. But I think that it's important to have that base understanding that we're not, like, as a community, we're not a monolith, we're very diverse. But when it comes to our political views and our views about race and class, because we never talk about race in Latin America, that's not a thing, right? But it's there. We have a worldview that doesn't necessarily align with what people have made up to be, with the stereotype of who we are as peoples in this country. And we carry that with us. So I think that having that understanding first might facilitate having those difficult conversations. I hope that I helped.
I think that's great. I just think organizers do it. I think there are ways to mirror what happens on the ground. I think I've been spending time with folks who do like abolition work, for example. And there's often discussions. History is the thing that really matters. And so there's often discussions about respecting the distinct histories of groups so that they can organize around a different common enemy. I think the idea of having something to organize for is really important. The conversation that I think we don't have enough of, that we used to have perhaps more of, is a conversation about the so-called power elite. Like this is the group. This is the 1%, or the right. Like that can be a real rallying cry for everybody else. And it gets attempted in different iterations at different moments in time. But I feel like we should remember those who exploit as we think about the distinct social histories of our groups. Yeah.
Okay, all right, we are out of time. I hope what you take away from this is that Katrina shaped the nation in many ways, and the different ways it shapes the nation, I don't think we've fully realized. I think that the one version is Katrina showed the country who it is and offered more evidence. Another version is Katrina showed all the ways this nation fails that it didn't have to, and sort of pointed a way to where we could be better. And we've not yet incorporated a number of those lessons. We will learn much, much more today with this incredible event. So thank you for the panel, and we'll stay tuned for what's next.
Thank you.
All right, another round of applause, please. Wonderful panel. Ted, you said something at the very beginning that is really going to stick with me when you said we were not thinking about Katrina. We were thinking about war. That feels like just such a perfect encapsulation of a lot of things that happen with American policy. Now, we're going to go out for a break in just a moment. And out there, you'll find, again, books for sale by our authors. And you can check out the archive of everything that New America Fellows have been up to. We are showing photographs from our upcoming panelist, Virginia Hanusik, and playing music from our guest, future guest, Chief Ajua. But before we go out, I want to bring up my dear friend and colleague and fellow 2020 New America Fellow, Clint Smith, who will send us off with a brief reading.
How's everybody doing? Good, good, good. It's good to be back at New America, a place that has been so formative for me. I think so many of us remember it because it was the place we were right before COVID. We were just like using a lot of hand sanitizer and being like, that's enough, right? And Van is at the bar being like, I don't know, y'all. So it is imprinted in my memory in so many ways. But I am a journalist, but also a poet. And I am from New Orleans. I was born and raised in New Orleans. Hurricane Katrina was my senior year of high school. I was 3 days into my senior year. And it's interesting. I've written a piece for our upcoming issue for The Atlantic about Katrina. And I had this moment when I was back home just 2 weeks ago. And I realized that the house my parents live in now, I've always called it the new house because I never lived there, right? I finished high school in Houston, Texas. When I came back home, that is where my parents moved when they came back to New Orleans. And I always slept on a pull-out couch in the guest room. But I had this realization when I was home that they've now lived there longer than they lived in the home that I grew up in. And yet I continue to call it the new house because it has always been that for me. And so I've been trying to write about Katrina in a lot of ways for the past, 20 years. And a lot of what I keep coming back to is the inability, and I think a lot of writers have touched on this when writing about war or atrocity or natural disasters, the inability of language to fully capture the essence of that experience. And so I keep writing toward a thing that I know I can never reach. But I think part of what it means to be a writer is to continue trying to get as close as you can to the thing, even though the thing is unreachable, because language can never be commensurate with the actual experience. And I think about that a lot of my work in the context of public memory, that memorials or monuments, museums can also never be commensurate with the trauma and the atrocities they're trying to capture. And yet we have to build them anyway, because we have to get as close as we can to trying to remember what this was and how it impacted us. And so I think for me, writing poems about Katrina is a similar attempt to reach for that which I know I can't grasp, but I think that there's something in the act of reaching anyway. And so these are a suite of 4 poems that I'll read, and I'll just read them sort of back to back. What is left? How warm did the water have to be before it gave the sky permission to crumble? When the levees broke open, did the ocean intend to swallow the city or find refuge inside of it? Is it wrong to love something more after it has already disappeared? Is it still called disappearing if no one knew you were there? The scientist tells me that we have been disappearing for a long time now. The evangelist tells me this is what happens when you make a mockery of time. The television tells me this is really the best thing that could have happened to a burning city. My mother was born in a city that is asking how this happened. I was born in a city that knows how this happened. I was born in the same city as my mother. I was born in this city which I am told makes it mine. My father was not born in this city, but has lived here longer than I have been alive. Can you claim something as your own if you don't remember how you found it? I come from a city that is drowning while being told it is rinsing itself clean. The Superdome after Hurricane Katrina. A helicopter hovers overhead like a black cloud of smoke, its blades dismembering the pewter sky. Men in uniform stand outside with guns nested under their arms, and the hot, wet air of August licking their weary faces. Two women push a homemade raft through warm brown water that rises up and hugs their chests. There's an old man inside the raft who once was a stranger to them, when such a word meant something other than, please help me. Inside, children are running across the emerald turf, jumping through the rings of light that spill from the sky onto the field, their small bodies sprinting between the archipelago of sprawled cots. There is a mother who sits high in the seats of the stadium, rocking her baby back and forth, her voice cocooning the child in a shell of song. Before desperation descended under the rounded roof, before the stench swept across the air like a heavy fog, before the lights went out and the buses arrived, before the cameras came inside and showed the failure of an indifferent nation, there were families inside, though there were some who failed to call them families. There were children inside, though there were some who called them a more callous name. There were people inside, though there were some who only saw a parade of disembodied shadows. Here nor there. New Orleans is a bouquet of pixelated memories, a caravan of embers that refuse to turn to ash. I have tried to write these poems before. You know, the ones about the infamous storm and its majestic violence, the floodwater that swallowed a city and then sat still as night. I think often of the things it took from us that we'll never know we could have had. Counterfactuals have always been a bed of thorns in a room with nowhere else to lay your head, to imagine what could have been but never was. Christmases with my children in the home where I once opened presents, kicking a soccer ball with my daughter against the same playground wall where I imagined a life of goals and glory. That home is now silent as a sky of smoke. That wall is no longer a wall, but a smattering of bricks in a lonely field. I tremble at what I already know is likely, that my children will not know this city beyond the holidays and funerals that bring them here, that I no longer know the city that I have always worn like a tattoo. Nostalgia is a well-intentioned wound. I still remember the city as something it was kept from becoming. I'm still looking for a language not covered in ash. I'm still mourning for the loss of a life that never was. All at once. The redwoods are on fire in California. A flood submerges a neighborhood that sat quiet on the coast for 3 centuries. A child takes their first steps and tumbles into a father's arms. 2 people in New Orleans fall in love under an oak tree whose branches bend like sorrow. A forest of seeds are planted in new soil. A glacier melts into the ocean and the sea climbs closer to the land. A man comes home from war and holds his son for the first time. A man is killed by a drone that thinks his jug of water is a bomb. Your best friend relapses and isn't picking up the phone. Your son's teacher calls to say he stood up for another boy in class. A country below the equator ends a 20-year civil war. A soldier across the Atlantic fires the shot that begins another. The scientists find a vaccine that will save millions of people's lives. Your mother's cancer has returned, and the doctors say there is nothing else they can do. There is a funeral procession in the morning and a wedding in the afternoon. The river that gives us water to drink is the same one that might wash us away. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clint. It is amazing that I taught you everything you know. And now we'll have a quick break. Welcome back, everybody. Before we get into this next panel, I want to remind everyone online that we are fielding questions and we will answer those questions through the course of the day. If you have a question, there is a chat box to the right of the screen, and you can type it in there and we will get it, and we will make sure that we address it in, well, not make sure, but we will address some of them in some of the panels. Now, I want to jump right into our next panel, which is Katrina's policy legacy. We've got some wonderful panelists here. We've got Dr. Sherry Fink, who is both a trained physician and an award-winning journalist, and thus a reminder of my parents' deep disappointment in me. She's also the author of 5 Days at Memorial and a former New American Fellow. We've got Dr. Denise Shervington, the chair of psychiatry and professor at Charles R. Drew University, and one of the leading scholars of trauma in New Orleans and in the wake of Katrina. We've got Saket Soni, the executive director of the Resilience Force, and it is moderated by my friend, Adam Harris, a senior fellow here at New America. I'll leave it to you, Adam.
Thank you so much, and hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. And I was born in Texas, in San Antonio, right near Kerrville, right? So we're, still living in the shadow of Katrina, but we're also thinking through kind of this current moment of flooding, kind of across the nation. And it's really reminding us of the policy failures that we saw then and the policy failures that we're currently seeing now. So I want to ask kind of a broad question to begin. What do each of you see as the most enduring policy failure from that moment in time? And where, if anywhere, have we begun to make progress? And Sherry, I'll start with you.
I would say that it's, to your point, the failure to prioritize or invest in the preparedness for rare but foreseeable and potentially catastrophic events. And there's just, we go through cycle after cycle after cycle of, being reminded that this is important. And, but it seems like the cycle continues.
For me, I think it's in housing, and in housing, it creates the stability from which people can rebuild their lives. And when I've looked at disasters in civil societies, prioritizing the needs of the most vulnerable so that they can find housing and begin to reestablish meaning, to me, is the worst failure.
Well, two things, I think. One, Katrina was supposed to have been and was called a 1,000-year storm. And since Katrina, there have been over $300 billion disasters, over 300 disasters that have caused $1 billion of damage or more. Hurricane Helene, that turned a corner and hit North Carolina, will cause $56 billion of damage and rising. And so, similar to Dr. Fink, I think that 20 years of that has not really led to an extraordinary effort to prepare for disaster. We know the zip codes where disasters hit again and again. But also that lack of preparation has caused us a second failure. There's a very deep resilience divide in America. Some people can self-fund their preparation for disaster, and others, mostly people of color, rural people, and others, cannot. And that division is a second policy failure.
Geez, I wanted to come back to something where you talked about stability, right? And where people say, if it's in housing, if it's in, your schools, it's that, why am I still here? What am I doing here? There's that bit of hopelessness that seeps in when the structures around you that you've known for a long time have collapsed, and there's nothing on that back end. We're 20 years on. Why haven't we begun to address that piece, or how have we addressed that piece? And then where have we failed in addressing that sort of mental health piece?
Right after Katrina, some folks from Japan came and they said, we're a culture of disaster. So I just want to underscore preparation is key when you recognize that. So I'm agreeing with everything that you said. And they took us to Japan and they said the conversation in New Orleans about whether or not people should come back didn't even cross their minds. There's an island that had been destroyed, and it was like, we're going to temporarily house you in Tokyo, but we are building for you to come back. People in New Orleans Black people were called refugees, criminals, and they were told that they really shouldn't come back to the city. That's very disorienting. New Orleans is a city of generations that's built generationally right after Katrina. A lot of older people actually came back into the city because that's where they wanted to die. And so if you're going to rebuild the help to people to recover their mental well-being and their resilience, they have to feel a belonging in the place where they were. And that's why I went to housing. It is kind of Maslow's. You need to have somewhere to feel is your home. And for a culture like New Orleans, people came back years after because they couldn't find a sausage in Baton Rouge that they loved. And it's because it represents the signifier for I belong here. I've been here for generations.
So when people have that, right, they have that sense of belonging, they have that place that they want to stay, that does make that preparedness even more important, to say that we can get you out, but then we can figure out a way to get you back in a sort of safe and responsible way. And thinking about the recent Texas floods and that sort of regional infrastructure that Katrina, like, it feels like it should have made having that sort of infrastructure non-negotiable. Why haven't we made that kind of infrastructure non-negotiable? And Saket, go to you on that.
Well, you talked about belonging, and the loss of belonging in some ways is sort of at the heart of the fracture in American politics. And after hurricanes, floods, and fires, tens of thousands of people at a time literally lose belonging. They literally lose their homes. Their homes are damaged. And it is a good question of why those homes aren't built back. There are probably a spectrum of answers, but the one I would hone in on is that there is an extraordinary blind spot in America to who has to do the work. Homes have to be built by somebody. Homes have to be built by workers. We say that FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers are doing the rebuilding. But just to reframe that, after Katrina, FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers were relying on thousands and thousands of workers, itinerant workers, migrant workers, who were doing the rebuilding. And if you don't invest in those people, and not just the physical rebuilding of homes, but all the labor that goes into resilience, from healthcare to home building to mental health to teach to everything else. If you don't really invest in the workforce, then you don't get infrastructure. It's just the math. And the United States is particularly bad at investing in people who do the work.
Speaking of people who do the work, Sherry, your book really, really dives into the sort of ethical decisions that are made during disasters, right? We saw the ethical failures. We saw the sort of lapse and policies that would support, like, this is what you do in this situation. This is what you do in this situation. How have our medical systems, legal systems, institutional systems really evolved or not to prevent those sort of ethical failures or to enshrine some sort of structure to situations?
It's a great question. I want to call out that the book's editor is here today, Vanessa Mobley, and she deserves a huge amount of credit. I don't know where she disappeared to. Back there, she's. And also to New America for allowing me to be a fellow while I was writing it, and thank you. One of the things I like, I didn't come up with this, but this idea that the greatest ethical failure is the failure to prepare. So, there were all these like horrible dilemmas, life and death dilemmas in the moment in Katrina, in the aftermath of the levee failures, let's say what it really was. And in hospitals, which is what I focused on. But, that's number one, is like, let's prevent these horrible ethical dilemmas from ever being faced. And you do that by investing in preparedness. So that's like the overarching thing. In terms of the specifics, I do think that the big ethical dilemmas that occurred in the hospital that I wrote about, there were two primarily. One was sort of, what do you do at end of life if you think somebody's not going to make it? And there was this question of, that was sort of the flashpoint of the legal cases there, where a doctor and two nurses were arrested and accused of intentionally hastening deaths because the situation was so desperate. So, but the other big dilemma that was that I see over and over and over again in disasters is, what do you do? How do you prioritize who gets life and death resources when they are overmatched, especially in an acute moment in a crisis? And there has been a lot of has been a lot of focus on that after Katrina, and sort of like, how do we move the deck chairs around in the Titanic to, that's the horrible way if you're all going down. But let's say you do have some resources. So, who gets the ventilator? That was actually something that was a big focus of lots of different committees and different states. In fact, hospital preparedness funds for some time, federal funds, which are now being proposed to be zeroed out in the new budget. But hospital preparedness funds at some point required hospitals and states getting the money to do this kind of exercise. How would you prioritize resources in the best way if there weren't enough to go around in a crisis? And the plans were very problematic. They were like small groups of people, the people you would expect, like well-meaning but professional class, leadership, coming up with these protocols and doing their best to try to be fair and ethical and have some, maybe we go for the greatest number of years of life as a goal, or, the greatest healthy number of years of life. But there were discriminatory provisions, and I wrote about them a little bit, but it wasn't till COVID, and it actually looked like we were going to ration, that folks woke up and that there was more societal input in these. And so I would just say that to answer your question, there has been more work. There was intervention from the Office of Civil Rights at the Health Department, both under Trump 1 and Biden, to make these protocols more less discriminatory. But when I went and reported in hospitals during COVID, there is such a gap between the theory of how you would like give resources out in a way that makes some sort of ethical sense and the actual practice of it. And it's just, I would say it's still a messy issue. Long answer to your question.
Yeah, no, I was gonna ask about COVID because I remember at the very beginning of the pandemic, right? I think it was um, uh, Rudy Gobert from the Utah Jazz at the time, who had COVID and ends up getting treatment. And people, it seemed like it was being rationed to, okay, if you're an NBA star, if you're an actor, if you are a politician, you are going to receive some sort of treatment. When those who are maybe in a rural hospital in a place like Utah, Alabama, you're going to be a little bit more out of luck. I- I- Is there a way to standardize that practice, right? Because you're talking about, it sounds good in theory, but when it comes to practice, is there a way to standardize
Well,
that
so
practice?
that I should have explained it better. There were all these efforts to create standardized protocols, but the point is, it's really hard to anticipate in the moment like what you're going to be short of and which population will need the resources. But overall, this is a huge. You're absolutely right. Like on a individual level and also on a world level, think about where the vaccines went when they were first available and how much of a discrepancy between rich countries and poor countries. There was some analysis of like the millions and millions of people who died in the interim while countries that couldn't get access to those resources were waiting for the vaccines. Like if it had come in a more equitable fashion where the sickest or the most vulnerable people were prioritized in every country before the less vulnerable people were given, the shots, that many more lives would have been saved. So, just there are many, many layers to it. I guess the takeaway is to try to promote an equitable type of distribution and also to produce more and faster and in more places and empower that kind of technology transfer. And so I always yeah, I'll just say my last point is that sometimes when we get into these who should get these limited resources, the real question is like, why are the resources limited? Can we make more resources? Then we don't have to make the tragic ethical choices. So that's my bottom line.
Yeah, and so thinking about that question, right? It's becomes a question of scale, right? Like, why are we rationing when we could have, you know, some sort of abundance, right? Of items, right? And Denise, I was thinking about that and thinking about your when you think of preparedness and housing, um, and also that sort of mental health toll. Like, what sort of scale after an event like a Katrina, right? Like, how do we scale the sort of interventions that are going to be necessary in order to make people feel like they can belong to that area again, to ensure that they're mentally sound?
Um, I just wanted to respond a little bit to what you said, that this is a society that's always functioned with overriding value that there is a lack of value there's a hierarchy to human life in this country. It started out badly, and from the early genocide of the people who owned the land to the enslaved people and then the migrants come in. And I think no matter what policies or protocols we have, individuals who are steeped in the culture to which they identify make these decisions. And you're at the point, the ventilator, it's the nurse, the doctor, and it doesn't really matter what. It's who is this person who is going to make this decision. So I just wanted to remind us that policies don't necessarily mean that the right ethical things are going to be done. Um, when we look at what happened in Katrina, and I just want to lift up the poor people, the people who were left to die. Sitting here talking about it, it's like I don't want it to be an intellectual exercise. We say the official number is like 1,200. I mean, yeah, 1,012. People who work in the death care business say multiply that by about 5. Because long after bodies were being discovered, we have to have healthcare systems, if we're talking about mental health, that now will prepare for how do you respond to people's mental health, emotional health after disaster. That's not what we're prepared to do. We're barely prepared to work with people when there's no disaster. It's a whole different approach. It's not just, it's not around medicalizing. It's about human goodness, human love, human compassion. I think that's the best thing we can do to help people to rebuild their lives. And that's what did not happen in New Orleans. The myth and the criminalization of the Black body, the killing of the Black body. So when decisions were being made, remember, our bodies used to be used as experiments for science. So we have to grapple with these things before we can move forward with a new America.
And Saket, I want to give you a chance to respond to that as well. But also, right, thinking about that intersection of race and class and disaster response, how should that shape how we're preparing for future climate emergencies, not only in terms of the infrastructure that we're setting, but also for those people who are going to be on the ground responding to the actual emergency in that time?
Well, I think we really have to look at this question of resources through a lens of incentives. So, since Hurricane Katrina, as there have been increasing numbers of disasters, on one hand, every disaster has been, an event of extraordinary grief and tragedy. You know, we cannot adequately put into words the misery and suffering. I'm a labor organizer who spends most of his time in disaster zones. I started after Katrina protecting workers who every morning at 5 a.m., my days would start at 5 a.m. when workers would gather in a place called Lee's Circle, literally under a statue of Robert E. Lee. Black and brown bodies standing under a statue of Robert E. Lee, when right at dawn, contractors would pull up in buses, people would, get into buses, go into the dark, distant corners of the Gulf Coast to rebuild. That was day in and day out the rebuilding of an American city or of an American region. And, riding on those buses, I got to see very, very closely up front and have seen for 20 years just the extraordinary amount of grief through disasters. At the same time, as disasters have grown, they have also become extraordinarily profitable. So it's not that there aren't resources. As a matter of fact, resources are increasing by orders of magnitude that most people don't understand. These small, tiny companies that sprung up after Katrina to recover homes, to rebuild homes, are now massive firms owned by private equity companies. So, billions of federal dollars, billions of insurance dollars are flowing through what is surely going to be seen by historians as the American industry of our time, an industry created by climate change. And in the middle of that industry, workers who I represent are still earning $6 an hour and are falling off roofs, breaking their backs, and dying of toxic mold. and uninsured homeowners aren't getting help. So, that is a moral question. It's not a question of resources. It's really a question of a society's priorities.
Right. And we should say, right, this is all set against the backdrop of, an administration that is trying to eliminate FEMA, right? At least, and now they're sort of walking that back and saying we want to,
Yeah.
it should be in a different light. Actually, I had to write this one down to make sure I had it correct, right? So last month, FEMA's National Response Coordination Center head, Jeremy Greenberg, resigned as the administration moves to disband FEMA entirely. More than a dozen senior staff jumped ship afterwards. So, given what Katrina taught us about the importance of that stronger federal response system, what does that leadership loss signal about our vulnerability today? And how should we be rethinking national capacity before the next major climate disaster?
Well, I think it's quite easy to predict that in the coming years, at least during this administration, disaster um, responsiveness will essentially come down to an act of political patronage. And it'll be a very scattershot political patronage, not a very well carried out political patronage. But when someone needs help that is politically important, then they may or may not get help. But just to take a step back, we need to understand what is FEMA. FEMA is essentially a part of the government that sends money to the uninsured. That's fundamentally what FEMA is. If you have a home that is insured, then insurance covers you, right? But increasing numbers of people in this country have been losing their home insurance, right? And so FEMA was meant for them. Now, the legislation that enacts disaster relief in the United States is from initially the 70s, then the early 90s. Um, these legislative vehicles predate Katrina. And they mostly had in their mental imagination small river floods, like the one that happened in Pennsylvania. The kind of disasters we're seeing far outstrip even the original policy imagination that invented FEMA. So what I think all of us in this room and other rooms like this need to do is really start to figure out now what should replace FEMA. What is the next act of American humanitarianism that bakes care and concern into the policy code? That's really what we need at the state level and the federal level.
And Denise and Sherry, actually, that's along that line, right? What are the lessons from Katrina that are still not reflected in state and federal emergency planning? And what would you like to see reflected in that state and federal planning?
I happened to be in California during the Altadena fires. And again, it's the hierarchy and the division around race. There has got to be, even though I'm supposed to be talking about mental health, but mental health starts with you feel you're grounded somewhere. There has to be protections for people who don't have the voice and the capacity to really fight with the people who are exploiting disasters. And there's the whole industry that has grown up with that. So I think those basic things need to be addressed if I'm talking from the perspective of just one's well-being. Most public mental health systems are not equipped, or universities, to manage the kinds of post-disaster conditions, psychological conditions, and health conditions that arise. Right after Katrina, it was observed that Black people were dying at rates 4 times than before Katrina. So we embody all of who we are, and our physical and mental health is something that we need to try to assure. Again, there are countries that are a little more concerned or caring about everyone, tends to have health care provisions to provide kinds of supports that did not exist in New Orleans. And then what happens as our experience at my nonprofit, the Institute of Women and Ethnic Studies, and that was hinted to during the first discussion, Black bodies, Black children become criminalized. Their mental health conditions, the dysregulation they experience, is seen as criminal behavior. And we feed into that school to prison pipeline, healthcare to prison pipeline, and we have to begin to have these conversations. We saw a rise in dysregulated behaviors. We're talking about COVID. That happened for children in New Orleans. And I think it's going to happen in Altadena. And so these divides around race and class, we cannot ignore them because they've always been here.
I guess to answer both of your questions, both about FEMA and the changes that have been promised to us or threatened, however you want to look at it, and also like state and federal emergency planning. And it's a huge question, and I love our panel having so many different disciplinary expertise because there's so many. It's not a simple. None of this is simple. But I would say I hope that. I guess a lot of recovering from horrible disasters is making some sort of meaning. And one of the big ways you can make meaning out of, of loss and pain is to learn from it. And so may this last week be a reminder to us of the importance of these elements of our government, of the importance of, that sometimes our taxpayer money, there are things that government does that are really important. And so perhaps this will be a reminder. We hear less about completely getting rid of FEMA, and maybe it will be a chance to think creatively about how to stir things up and make things better. I mean, unfortunately, that's easier said than done. And a lot of times change is just really hard, and you build layer upon layer with that. But I think, that's perhaps one hopeful takeaway. But in terms of state and federal, I think one of my big takeaways, I spent like a year looking at the aftermath of Hurricane Harvey and this one particular woman's death, but I used her death to explore the entire response system. Like, she had a medical emergency in a house that flooded, and that house didn't flood like life-threateningly, but the water was around her, so rescuers couldn't come easily, and the 911 system was overmatched, and there were lots of calls coming in. And so why didn't the disaster system pick out the people who were actually in a life and death situation? Because that's what your response system is supposed to be able to do in a big crisis. And one of the big takeaways from that, and she died, a young mother, and other people did too. And it is that these systems, federal, state, local, like really local, and community preparedness, because one of my big takeaways from like a career spent looking at disasters is that it really is like you and me, our ability to respond in the moment of a crisis can make a real life and death difference as well. And we don't often think of like all of us as first responders, but that is exactly what we are. And we need more of that type of a mindset that looks at, everyone as part of the system. And what the big takeaway from that Texas Hurricane Harvey, Houston area flood and crisis and failure to get the vulnerable people prioritized is that your system is as strong as its weakest link. And so if you destroy FEMA or you like take out this or that part of a system, it's real dangerous because, one of the stories I was paying attention to, you probably all heard it too, was like this one guy who took the early retirement, who was like the local FEMA coordinator in the San Antonio region or something like that. Like his job had something to do with like communicating with the people who they were serving, like that area. And like that's a really important person for all the technology, for all of the planning. It is really, and this was said to me over and over when I was researching the Katrina book. It's like knowing who's in your foxhole, knowing that is priceless. Sometimes that one phone call or just having practiced, having been in that area, having caring about it can make these connections. It's not all neat. It's not all like you create this perfect system and then a disaster happens. It's much more like the crisis hits. It's always different from what you expect, and you have to be able to pivot. And those, human relationships. So every part of that chain is really, really important. And so I just hope that when we have crises like Texas, that to honor the people we lost, that part of that is remembering all of us, all of society, whatever your politics are, that this stuff is important and that we need to keep investing in it. And if we're gonna change it or cut it, we need to do that in a really smart way.
And Denise, I want to come back to you to talk about pathologizing behavior and the ways that they pathologize behavior in the aftermath of traumatic experiences. But I want to stay on this idea of kind of that local community support and knowing who's in your foxhole, because I've thought a lot about like the floods in North Carolina or the floods in Kentucky, and like these sometimes really remote areas where you might have had one hospital 35 miles away. I often talk about so my family's originally from that Utah, Sumter County area in Alabama, and you have to drive 35 minutes to Demopolis, or you got to drive 45 miles to Tuscaloosa, or you got to drive, 35 miles out to Meridian, Mississippi to get any kind of care because Hill Hospital was closing. And so, in places where we're about to experience severe Medicaid cuts, some cuts that those hospitals really relied on, and that may mean the closing of their doors, right? We may be losing some of those resources. So, uh, like, you've talked a lot about that sort of ethical piece of this. Saket, you talked about this. This is a moral question that we're really dealing with. So I guess I'm just really struggling with that, right? That we are closing rural hospitals in a time where climate disasters are going to get worse because of the ways that climate change is affecting people. And it's not just going to happen in big cities. It happens in these rural areas as
I
well.
just want to correct myself because it was National Weather Service. I'm just remembering it was the guy who was like the community outreach person. And the big issue here was that the National Weather Service had the warning, but it didn't get to the people who needed it. So pardon me, I think I misspoke and said FEMA. But to your point, and I'll pass it over, but I think that one of the big takeaways from, at least from medical preparedness, is that like the better you do on a daily basis, the better you do in a crisis. So if you have fewer rural hospitals, that is not only impacting your everyday healthcare, which is super important, but also, of course, your ability to be resilient, to respond, to have those institutions which we rely on in a crisis to be there. And so those are really tied. The better you can do. And that also is a key, just when we think of policy or where money goes, and you think, well, okay, it's a societal triage, let's say, that we can't, spend money willy-nilly for things that might or might not occur when we have so many daily, priorities. However, there are investments that you can make that are like dual use that will help you do better every day to be more efficient. I'm thinking there's certain like types of like power plants that are also more resilient in disasters. So, thinking about like our creative people in society who can think of those solutions that both work for us on a daily basis and help us be resilient in disasters and mitigate hazards. I think those are real good investments.
So on the piece about pathologizing behavior, because I thought it was really interesting what you said, thinking about after Katrina, the way that they said, Black people are sort of criminalizing the behavior of young folks. Have you seen any ways where we have shifted away from pathologizing behavior that is a normal response to a traumatic situation?
No, because I cannot talk about Katrina, New Orleans. The race and class, and race in particular, just runs through everything. And it doesn't matter about policies. higher moral standards, somehow it always breaks down for us. So what happened even in the rescue in New Orleans, Black people were least likely to be rescued. And there's this myth, and I use all opportunities to make this public, because we know this in the community. The idea that Black people were shooting down helicopters that were coming to rescue them. If that happens, that means you're really crazy. People were acutely stressed and traumatized. They, however, noticed that when the helicopters came down, created a lot of turbulence in the water, Black people weren't being picked up. So the people who cared in the community, they said, well, we don't want them to come down because they saw people dying. And so they shot at them. We know you're not going to pick us up, so don't come look and say, I'm not picking you up. So to respect that in any disaster, the first response we have is fight or flight or freeze. That is not extended to us as people of color. And then after that, you need a lot of psychological supports. You need a lot of people coming to say, we're here with you. We saw what happened after 9/11. The country really said, we're going to help you, New York. We love you. No one said that about New Orleans. We were refugees. We had a president's wife who said we were lucky to be up there in the Houston Astrodome. People were suffering. The former mayor went into the Astrodome, and he really helped to make people feel good. They begged him, help me. They were not being helped. So if we're within a society that sees other people as not being worthy of caring and loving and knowing that in a disaster, people will get dysregulated. But if you give them the supports, all the data shows, people will have an acute stress disorder, they get supports, within 2 months, they're back to normal. That happened in New York. The PTSD rates fell in 6 months back to normal after 9/11. In New Orleans, it did not. For years, my organization kept track, and the rates they rose to the level of returning vets, and they have not returned down. And so what happens again, and I'm back in the schools where we were, when children are traumatized, they don't have the language. They don't know to say, this is what's going on inside, but they will show you. And our system was not prepared to care for these kids. There was a lot of movements. It happened with COVID too. Kids were being put into the juvenile carceral system rather than kids. The kids are hungry. They weren't in school. They had a lot of debts. There were more debts in Black families than they were, and if you were poor, because you're probably an essential worker. None of these, I don't even want to call them gratitudes, but just an extension of the humanity of us all. They're not usually afforded to poor and Black people. And now we can talk about brown people who are immigrants and are being othered in the way we have always been in this country.
Saga, I wanted to ask about, you mentioned the ways that private equity is buying up. They sort of come in, they buy up the housing, they rebuild housing in different areas. And thinking about the fact that more Americans now are renters and how FEMA is to help homeowners who may not have homeowners insurance. Of course, there is renters insurance, but is there a sort of FEMA equivalent for renters and sort of informal housing? Because that gap, right, not only reappears post-disaster, but it just sort of grows post-disaster.
We know for 6 months a year, my team and I embed with workers who travel from disaster to disaster. And so we follow them into cities and towns that have been flooded, hit by hurricanes. And you see a spectrum of people in different housing situations. The people who get the most help are white homeowners who are insured, right? They are most likely to recover from a hurricane. The people who are often the least likely are renters and people in trailer parks, right? And it's pretty stark and it's pretty clear. And it gets to what I was talking about earlier, this idea of a resilience divide in America. We're very used to the fact now, and in part, Katrina taught us that disasters reveal inequality and exacerbate inequality. Much less understood are the ways that recoveries drive inequality. The way we do recovery in America, it's not just that recoveries fail some people, it's that the very code, the very strategies, the very policies that we use to drive recovery in America, recoveries have become a hidden driver of American inequality because they were always designed to come to the aid of certain kinds of middle class homeowners. And most other people were in the blind spot. The problem is that most Americans are living in the blind spot, right? So you've got recoveries that cause cumulative disadvantage, recoveries that compound inequality. If you're an African American homeowner, you're much less likely to rise up in a recovery than a white homeowner. If you're a renter, it's almost guaranteed that you will not get help. And so that's that's one issue. I would say FEMA is not the only agency though that is is implicated here. HUD has a big role to play in disaster recovery and disaster relief. There is an entire disaster social safety net. There's disaster unemployment, disaster SNAP that are meant to come to the aid. And the paradox you named earlier is about to get incredibly painful for millions of Americans, right when there is a massive scrapping of public funding, the safety net and other things. Right at that moment, there is a massive rise in climate disasters. And so people are about to, enter a much more painful period.
I guess to that point, right? It's almost like there's a philosophical question of like whose responsibility is it to help someone, like generally, right? That's like we have this empathy issue in America where it's, well, you decided to buy a house down there or you decided to live down there, where it doesn't necessarily comport with like the structural reality of this is where my family, say, if my family came in Charleston and then we ended up working our way down to Alabama and now we live on the Mobile Bay, but that's where we live because we can't move. And another fellow, Abram Lusgarden, right, has a really great book on the move where he talks about the people who are going to be able to move away from where climate disasters are expected, right? I think he says in 50 years the bottom line of like the real livable area where Texas and northern Alabama is now is going to be like northern Alabama moving up to sort of Virginia. And so some people are going to be able to escape that, but those who aren't, it may be a political question. Nobody really like has nobody on this panel may be able to answer it, but how do you get people in the same way that we've forgotten that education is a public good? How do you get people to believe that disaster response is a public good when even in the midst of a disaster, people are saying, well, nothing we can really do about it in the aftermath? And this is for...
Well, I mean, to that empathy piece, I feel like people do care in the aftermath. There was like a ton of money donated after Katrina and every disaster. And I was a responder actually, post-Katrina and many disasters. And like, I want to shout out to the workers, to the responders, to the people who risk their lives. Like there are a lot of people who do care. I think the problem is like we care too much in the moment and we don't care enough ahead of time. We don't care enough about these conversations that we're having here about, well, this is foreseeable. So what do we do? And then we don't care enough in the aftermath that you were talking about, the long tail of a disaster, which is when like the depression hits. I feel like in the moment people rise to the challenge and they, like almost don't even feel their feelings. And then those long years after, and when it sinks in, like how long it's going to take to rebuild and what that looks like and all the problems. So maybe like we do care, we're human, but maybe it's like a problem that we care most when it's on the TV or we see people, like in the acute crisis.
So not seeing the long-term effects, but rather just the sort of short-term. Okay, I've given my money. I haven't seen it anymore, but
It's
even
not, I
even
don't
when
think
it
it's
goes out of sight.
intentional, but
Yeah.
like we need to extend that empathy to, because there are a lot of people who care or who are touched by people suffering. And so how do we then transition to like extend that empathy to the investing in preparedness and those parts of government and all of society, our personal preparedness. Come on, like you are told every year you need to, like, this is a crowd that has the resources. How many of you have your disaster plan? How many of you know what is the most likely, foreseeable, unlikely event that could happen where you live? And what about the vulnerable people in your um, community and neighborhood? Like, are you involved? So we need to take that from our individual level all the way to the highest levels.
We're gonna do Q&A in a little bit. I have a couple of more questions. I guess one of them is knowing what you all know, kind of having reflected on this legacy of Katrina for the last 20 some odd years. If if you could design one policy or sort of structural reform that responds to those failures, and you've sort of answered in kind of throughout the conversation, but if you could design one policy that responds to the failures of Katrina, what would that be, and what's standing in the way of that becoming a reality? And Saket, I'll start with you, and then we'll work back this way.
Well, my one policy would have 27 parts. um, I think the policy panel of a day like this is sort of sometimes cursed with the most joyless mood hanging over it. But I just want to change that, and I want to talk about my members. So after Hurricane Katrina, or after the levees broke, more accurately, there were over 1 million homes to be repaired in Mississippi, 1 million more in Louisiana. And just to put this in context, the fires in Los Angeles caused about 12,000 homes to be damaged. We're talking about 2 million homes to be repaired. Now, all these homes were repaired by migrant workers. Some were immigrants from outside of the US. Many were also US born, but had come from other states, right? And for 20 years since then, these workers have gone from flooded town to hurricane city, from fire to flood, repairing homes. And along the way, what has happened is that they've acquired extraordinary skill. And if you don't think these are skilled workers, try getting up on a roof and repairing after a hurricane, right? Actually, don't do it. They've acquired skill, but there's something even more profound that they've acquired, which is a very, very deep sense of vocation, a deep sense that this is their calling. So you've got this professionalized workforce that is still unrecognized, still underpaid, and nonetheless doing incredible work under terrible conditions. And I actually think that is one of the extraordinary legacies of Katrina. This workforce that for 20 years lives in cars and sleeps on the floor of a Home Depot, and nonetheless wakes up in the morning to rebuild your home. And so I just think, what could happen if the United States scaffolded these workers, protected them, and actually turned them into a professional workforce that many people, US born, could be recruited to? we're doing that in California, where CAL FIRE has understood that you need a preparatory workforce, and people who used to be earning minimum wage, we're now getting them jobs for $35 an hour, right? Doing ecological preparation for fires. Every era in American history has seen the rise of new industries that need new workers. Sometimes those workers have been ignored, sometimes they've been supported. And I think one major policy correction I would make is to move these workers from unrecognized to recognized, so that a massive, at-scale, skilled preparation can actually take place.
Good. Please.
Well, my policy would be to support your policy. No, it gets to the heart of who we are as humans. And, I was thinking on my own, I would probably think about policies around public education, because, our brains need to have inputs different from the tribe in which we were born. And in very ethnically diverse communities, when starting in preschool, when children begin to see other children and that they're just like me, they begin to have empathy and love. And to me, so if we would really reinvest in solid public education where we do not have the racial class divide that we have now, then you would have a human force who would say, yes, these are good people, they are deserving. But I think until we recognize that as human beings in a society where the value is so capitalized and we don't see human value across differences, then we'll be having these panels after every disaster.
Which we always do. Well, I was laughing when Saket said having a multi-part answer, because so you helpfully gave us that question before we came here, and I couldn't settle on one. And I see it all as so complicated. But I guess I would just say I'm going to give 3 baskets. One is, if we're talking about infrastructure, it's like always, like power and communications that go down and like amplify deaths. And so, something around incentivizing real improvements in that. And there have been efforts over the years, but we could do a lot better. We could really do a lot better on, not losing cell phone coverage in a disaster, or improving cell phone coverage in areas like in Texas and Kerr County, where people couldn't get cell phone alerts. So that's one, like infrastructure. Then it's like the organizations and the people. And I would say, some policy that makes everybody do lots of like drills together. Because when you do a drill, just think about like that camp or the area, if they had done a drill and realized the vulnerabilities, would that create some, oh my gosh, we got to invest in this or that. So I do think, like doing that more. It sounds really boring, disaster drills, but and then involving all different sectors and all of us, like some sort of incentives to get individuals who are not official responders to look at ourselves as part of the solution in these crises. And then my last thing would be just something like multi-year grants, and not like every administration. And like not making it a bad thing to reveal your vulnerabilities. As a journalist, like you see these things, and then government or the company or the housing, organization that, oh, no, nothing's wrong. Like reveal the vulnerabilities so that then we know as a society where we want our public dollars to go. So I could just go on and on and on.
We have time for a couple of questions. So if you have questions, please raise your hand. There's a microphone that will come around. If not, I can always ask. Over here.
Hi, Ted Johnson with New America. My question is about how much of the policy failures in Katrina were actual failures of policy versus failures of like execution and administration, which is to say, do we need a new suite of reforms to fix these things, or do we just need better people, better leaders that do what the laws and policies are, or the laws in particular already direct?
I just want to quickly say I just reviewed the congressional report, A Failure of Leadership, and it's exactly what you said. It wasn't the policies, it was the leadership. So thanks for that.
And that's true all the way into an organizational level. If you look at hospitals and the ones that did better and the ones that didn't, this is totally anecdotal, but leadership is so important. Being able to communicate, being able to keep spirits up, thinking creatively, having that mindset, making people sleep who work with you, so they can think. So leadership is really key. And interestingly, the hospital, there's some accreditation bodies that have over time, there have been some improvements and investments in requirements for minimum standards and preparedness for our health providers. And in one recent iteration, they really said, oh, we got to take this out of just the disaster guys who work in the basement and have the drills that annoy everybody, and it's got to go to the CEO level. So yeah, so all the way from the top levels of government to whatever the local structure is.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, sitting in 2025, we need both. We need better leadership, but we also need new policy that matches the scale of climate disasters. In Louisiana, last hurricane season, I met a couple that were living in a house their family had lived in for 4 generations. During the FEMA response to the hurricane that recently hit them, they were told their house couldn't be covered because the damage to the roof was not a result of the hurricane. It was actually a result of pre-existing conditions to the house.
I know.
Well, that house had been hit by every hurricane since Betsy. The pre-existing condition was the last 20 hurricanes, right? In the Biden administration, there was a policy change that was enacted that dragged that house under coverage. As in, suddenly on a day, I was able to tell them, great news, you're covered, right? Their roof got fixed, right? For the next 10 years, they'll be okay, right? And so that is an example of how policy matters. It's not abstract. There is literally things that can be done. It's just like in the healthcare sector, right? People are covered or not covered. And that is a matter of policy.
Can take
We
one
have
more.
a question from online. What can disaster preparedness systems do better to serve those who do not have the means to act ahead of a disaster?
If we look at New Orleans at Katrina, and I'm saying New Orleans because that's where I'm centered, but I know it was the whole coast. I apologize to other people who were impacted by Katrina. The issue really was about money. And I think someone brought that up on the other panel, in that people did not have the resources. It was August 29th. Those who were reliant on support, the check was coming on the 30th. They did not have the resources. They didn't have the cars. So one of the things we can do is make sure that there are local authorities that can support those with lesser ability, so that whatever is needed, which is usually transportation, that all people have access to being able to evacuate. And if indeed there's going to be sheltering in place, then we need to make sure that those places are accessible, they're well stocked, they have what people need to ride out the disaster. So
I mean, that should be the focus of, the vulnerable populations should be the ones that we plan for, that we prioritize, that we care about. And Saket, your statistic about it being the opposite way around is crazy, but also logical. Also, we need to learn from the resilience of communities that are struggling on a day-to-day basis, because they're really brilliant at, shifting and coming up with solutions. And so they need to be part of the planning too.
Yeah, an example of that is in New Orleans during the pandemic. We partnered with the city of New Orleans to build a permanent standing Resilience Corps. We took people who had lost their service industry jobs. New Orleans is, of course, a tourism and service city. People lost their jobs. The jobs they lost were minimum wage jobs, right, in restaurants and so on. We retrained them to be professional resilience workers. They worked round the clock. Well, nobody worked round the clock, but the Corps as a Corps worked round the clock at wages starting at $24 an hour. And for 2 years, they helped prepare people, not just through the pandemic, but prepare people for successive hurricanes, power shortages, and things like that. And that kind of model, I think the interesting thing about it is it doesn't posit that one group is vulnerable and another group is, the white knights that are going to come and save them. It's the people who live deep in neighborhoods who can prepare. It's people in their own cities, their own neighborhoods, who are the white blood cells of that place. And I think that's the approach we really need to take, is local people where they are getting good jobs to run the kind of preparation work that Dr. Fink was talking about.
Amen.
We could probably take one more question.
Can I ask Saket a question?
Yeah.
Are your workers afraid to show up? I mean, I just can't stop thinking about the workers who come for all these disasters, the people you work with, and the fear in certain communities right now. So what's happening in actual disasters?
Yeah, it's a tough time. Most of these workers are undocumented. It's a very hard climate. I received a call last week of a worker who plans to go respond to the next hurricane where it hits, but wanted my help in teaching him how to write his will. So that's the dire stress. But I'll tell you something else, though, about these workers. What I see again and again is immigrant workers gather and arrive at a hurricane-hit town, and they often rebuild the homes of people who, right before the hurricane, thought of immigrants as the enemy, right, in red states. And we take that opportunity because of the work the immigrants are doing. The homeowners express gratitude. And in that gratitude, there's an opening, right? There's an opening to build a bond and to turn that spontaneous bond into a long-lasting friendship, and to weave many of those friendships into the kind of social cohesion we need, the kind of new civic fabric we need. And so we take responsibility for protecting workers, yes, but also workers have their own power to build this new cohesiveness, to depolarize a place. And that's part of the power of this workforce.
Well, Saket, Denise, Sherry, thank you so much for giving us so much to chew on and a great conversation.
All right, y'all. If y'all are done stuffing your faces with the shrimp and grits, was it good? Was it good? Good. I'm allergic to shrimp, so it's a curse, but I hope you all enjoyed it. I am thrilled to be actually moderating this next panel. When we were putting this event together, we really were thinking hard about how to consider art, about how to consider creation and creativity in this conversation. I think a lot of times you have these big, important policy convenings, conferences, but when you leave out the humanities, you leave out humanity in a real way. And so I thought it was important to invite and bring together three people who have been deep and important inspirations for me in my work, and just jam with y'all and talk a little bit about art. So I'm joined by Chief Ajua, who is, which award you want me to list first? The Edison Award? Okay. Two-time Edison Award winning, multiple Grammy nominated. musician, composer, producer. What else you got? Yeah, everything. All right. And we have Virginia Hanusik, who is an artist, photographer, and writer whose work explores landscape, culture, and climate change. And we have Clint Smith, who is a writer. And my colleague at The Atlantic. No, Clint has won every award, and I cannot really outline all of them in one page. I want to start I think we gave the panel a somewhat provocative and interesting name, which is the Art of Catastrophe. And I want to ask each of you, what do you think is the role of art and creation and how we deal with disaster? And I'll start with Clint.
I think excuse me. I kind of alluded to it earlier when I was doing at the beginning of my reading, but part of what I think art attempts to do in the context of natural disaster, in the context of war, in the context of atrocity, is to try to reach for that which we know it cannot grasp, but to try to reach for it anyway. And so, again, to repeat myself, it's in the other part of my life, I'm thinking a lot about public memory. I'm thinking a lot about how nations, how communities, how different spaces remember and account for the atrocities and the wars and the disasters that have happened on its soil. To what extent are they honest about it? To what extent do they sort of run from it? And I think that I am most struck by places that understand that, say, Berlin and the Holocaust, they understand that it is impossible to create a memorial or a monument that captures the enormity, that captures the humanity, that captures the indescribability of what the Holocaust did. And yet, you have to try to build these monuments anyway, even if imperfectly, even if they can never be commensurate to the very thing that happened, which they cannot, because it is the very act of attempting to get as close as you can to the thing that is the most sort of meaningful project of memory more broadly. And so in the context of my own writing, in the context of my poetry, or in the context of my nonfiction, I'm thinking a lot about to what extent, I go back often to Elie Wiesel's Night, and he has a long passage in there where he talks about how impossible it is to use language to describe what he experienced in these concentration camps, in these death camps. And it's a model for me in the way that I think I approach my own work, which is to say that part of what I'm trying to do is use language as much as I can to try to capture with as much humanity, with as much sensitivity, with as much nuance as possible, the dynamics of things that have happened in human history that are actually themselves beyond language, and yet trying to use language to capture the thing that language cannot capture. And as a writer, as an artist, that it is that challenge, it is that that desire to get as close as you can to the thing, again, that you cannot reach, that makes the project what it is.
Virginia, I know I mentioned this earlier, but for all of you who may not have heard, all those photographs that we had on the screens outside, those are yours. They're beautiful. They're striking, in many cases bracing. And I want to ask you the same question. What do you think is the role of art in how we deal with disaster?
Well, I just want to say thank you for inviting me to be here today. And it's been wonderful to listen to all of the previous panelists. I feel very lucky to be in this space, joining you all. I think as someone who makes work primarily engaged with climate and the environment and thinking about these spaces that we inhabit, how we build on them, interact with them, manipulate them, we're at a point where nothing is untouched by climate and, if you want to say, catastrophe. So I don't think of the role of art as something that is isolated or in a vacuum. We're in this ongoing experience, I think, um, as a humanity right now, where we are in a place where things feel incredibly uncertain, unstable, and a lot of that having to do with just the precariousness of the environment that we live in. So I think a lot with my work, a lot of the photographs that I've been making and the work that I've been doing in Louisiana, a lot of it talks about um, making meaning and finding meaning in these often dark spaces and not knowing what necessarily the future holds for coastal communities, for people that don't necessarily have access to a lot of these protections that are offered for folks inside the levee protection system, thinking about infrastructure, thinking about architecture as kind of symbolic of the ways that we think about the valuation of space. So I think, with a lot of the work that I've been doing in my artistic practice, it's been something of meditative approach, a community and collaborative approach with a lot of the projects that I do, in terms of not just incorporating the visual art and photographs that I work on, but also trying to bring in, as often as I can, folks who work in different mediums and people who don't even necessarily consider themselves artists at all. Because I think that one of the many beautiful things about art is your experience with it and how it changes over time and the subjectivity that you have with it.
Well, I did want to note about your photographs. For me, looking at them, you do see these places that, can be one thing or the other. There's, and the inverse of the question about catastrophe, right, is what is art's role in how we create and how we think about possibility. And Chief, I want to bring that to you now. What, when we think about art and catastrophe, what does art give you? What does art give us?
Well, firstly, I also want to say thank you guys for the moment, to be able to be in community together. So much of what I'm thinking is just really stems from their responses as well. You spoke about meaning making, but for me, I think the main root is courage creation.
Mm.
So much of what we're all seeing in a space like New Orleans after something like that happens is, you know, for lack of a better way of putting it, people, they're walking and their heads are down. They're trying to figure out which way is going to be up. And the artists have a really important role to also service the community in that way, and to lift those heads up and to say that this is going to be all right, and that you're prepared to go through this enduring, and you're capable of coming out on the other side of that better. So for me, so much of our practice is really about courage creation. Obviously, as an artist, when you're going through those moments with the community, if it is your community as well, I think there's I think the nominative reaction to, for most artists is that, oh, they make art as a means of catharsis for themselves. This kind of thing has become some sort of a kind of subjective and internal thing, rather than what I have seen. The focus specifically for so many New Orleanian musical practitioners is to be really, really intentional on honing in on how to figure out how to use the music as a tool for creation of courage. So a lot of our practice is rooted in that.
Well, I want to continue up on that because the question I think that always is there for me is it's kind of hard to articulate, but what is it about New Orleans? That creates that creates creators in this way.
Well, I think it's an environment where so many people are enduring. You have to be courageous. It's also a space that historically is under-resourced. So you have to be creative in those ways. You have to figure out how to get from point A to B in an environment where you don't have the tools. You're going to have to develop the attributes that are necessary to be able to do that. I think one of the things that will probably come up today is, is that we'll probably talk about memory as well. And for me, I think this is also a big part of the practice of more often than not when we're asked about that, ancestral recall, ancestral memory, and the larger kind of arc of what the art is doing. More often than not, we don't recognize or shine a light on the fact that the practitioners in this moment and the people in this moment are enduring very similar realities as their grandparents or their great grandparents, right? So if the man in 1990 is going through something similar as the man in 1890, then that sort of corollary in memory that gets left out is, I think, is important to highlight because you are armed with those tools. And I think the musicians tap into the sort of skeleton keys of the expressions allow you to be able to cultivate a musical means of being able to tap in and to access that memory that also fortifies those people. There's some rhythms that I can play that may be a courting rhythm. There's another rhythm that I can play that may be a call to war. So the music has also adjusted and updated and adapted to make sure that those sort of recall priorities that exist in those forms are also highlighted in ways that create that courage.
You clearly you stole my notebook and we're looking at my questions. And I mean, I know we've talked before about lineage, about, how what you do honors people who've come before you and incorporates what they've done and what they've taught you. And I want to lob this to Clint also. Do you see yourself as a creator, as a poet, as a writer, as somebody who is doing all of these different types of creation as part of a lineage that has to do with New Orleans?
I absolutely do. It's interesting because I did not come of age as an artist in New Orleans. As I mentioned before, excuse me, Hurricane Katrina was my senior year of high school. And so my experience of New Orleans is that of a child, as a young person. I've never lived in New Orleans as an adult. And it wasn't until my adulthood, ostensibly, that like my creative practice became more robust and sort of developed into what it is. So in that way, it's almost kind of like all of the ingredients were put into me in the first half of my life in New Orleans, but only manifested themselves as the meal, so to speak, in the second half of my life. And so all of who I am as a writer, all of who I am as a poet, all of who I am as an artist is shaped by the ingredients and the ubiquitousness of art that was a part of my life as a kid. I mean, as my fellow panelists were talking, I was just thinking about how, like, what is it that makes New Orleans different? And there are so many things, but I think part of it, as I look back on my own upbringing there, is that like art really was everywhere, right? There was there's in some places there's like an arts district, or there's like, this is where you go if you want to hear the music or see the paintings or see the artists. But, and there's kind of that in New Orleans to a degree, but like it's everywhere you go, the art is present, right? Artists are everywhere. You go to a Saints game, right? And like there's a second line, there's a brass band, there are painters, they're like, so even, you're trying to go to an NFL game and it's still, it's so ingrained the Saints are so ingrained in the fabric of New Orleans culture. And as a result, they sort of pull everything else in around them. And I think that I'm really struck looking back by how many spaces there were that I was proximate to, in which there was also art and in which there were also artists. And I'd be interested to hear you all talk about this, but like this idea of people who are artists also who didn't necessarily like name themselves as such, right? Like I think that's a big thing in New Orleans too, is that like I was around so many people who like if you went up to them, they wouldn't be like, I'm an artist or I'm a musician or I'm a this, but the way they lived their lives and the things that they did and the practices they engaged in were very much that of an artist. So it becomes this interesting thing about like how much of the presence of art necessitates art being named as being present versus to what extent is this thing present without it having to be designated as such.
And for all those people who are living, in this creative way, I think it's important to me to understand that it's not just people who work in what we would call the arts either. It's folks who are cooking. It's people who bring this really craft perspective to their work in building buildings and in managing people. Like it's just a very, I think, specific thing there. Um, I want to ask you though. You talked earlier about how writing is helping you get closer to the thing you can't name, and that you really will never get there. But I also wonder, at least from my own experience, writing about a disaster, a flood that put my own hometown underwater, it helps me better understand it. And I'm curious if your work is it also helping you better understand what happened to you?
Oh, unquestionably. I mean, I think that becomes from the fact that for me, writing is the act of paying attention. Like the thing about the creation of art, the thing about writing as a practice is that it, especially in this era of humanity in which we have supercomputers in our pockets, now there's AI and there is, our attention has never been more fractured. There have never been more ways for us to distract ourselves. There have never been more things for us to do to keep us from thinking about that which is in front of us, or that which was behind us. And for me, I know that like writing is a way of thinking. Like writing a poem, those poems are written, they are the writing of the poem is the thing that makes me pay attention to a moment, a feeling, an idea, a piece of history in ways that I simply think I wouldn't otherwise, right? I think that in my own life, the practice of art making is the thing that constantly sort of regrounds me in and gives me a clearer sense of that which lays before me. And to your more directly to your point, it is that process that helps me to more acutely understand like what I think about something, how I feel about something. I often don't know what I think about a thing until I start writing about it. Right? This is why even before I start, we're colleagues now, but like back in the day, I was like trying to pitch Van ideas for essays, but the pitches would always be terrible because I didn't know what I thought, right? So I'd be like, I'd try to write it. He'd be like, write a 200-word pitch, but I didn't know what to say. So for me, I'd be like, I can't write a pitch, but I can write the whole thing, because writing the whole thing is actually what gives me a clearer sense of what I think about it. And it's the same for a poem, right? Like I begin the poem, and the thing I love about poetry is that sometimes you can begin the poem with one set of questions and you can end the poem with a whole new set of questions, right? It doesn't even have to necessarily provide you with an answer, but it provides you with a sort of space to meditate upon a set of questions that might open up a whole new set of questions, all of which give you, I think, a clearer sense of your own thinking.
Virginia, your work is, like you said, centered on climate change, and you are located in New Orleans most times now. And I want to ask, did those two things arise together, or were you thinking about climate change when you came to New Orleans? Or did New Orleans give you the space and frame of mind to think about climate change?
My background is in architecture, so I think through buildings and structure and the ways that, again, we create space and live in space. And in a lot of the previous panels today, this concept of home and housing and the actual physical manifestations of how we create place for ourselves has come up. And I got to New Orleans when I went first in college for a number of volunteer groups that was started by a New Orleanian that went to my college after Katrina. And by the time that I was there in 2011, I was doing more work that was along the lines of like assisting with disaster recovery data, with road home funding, working with a neighborhood improvement association in Broadmoor that was led by the now Mayor Latoya Cantrell. So I moved to New Orleans after I graduated from college to work at a nonprofit that was doing coastal restoration work. That was kind of like this bridge and environment and thinking through and working with folks who were doing the state's coastal master plan. So that really allowed me to really get a deep dive and learn about the actual geography and physicality of this landscape. I grew up in upstate New York, which is so different in terms of just the actual topography and thinking about perspective a lot. Louisiana being an extremely flat landscape, you have these expansive views and if you're on the water, being surrounded by this and not necessarily having opportunities just because of the elevation to have a range in perspective to see outside of where you are in that moment where you're standing. Um, so in my work that I was doing along the coastal restoration work, I was making photographs whenever I would go on trips, and I would also just kind of um, go out on my own and take trips with folks that I've met on the water and whatnot to kind of start building this body of work that essentially took like 10 years to make, and something that Clint had just mentioned around not knowing exactly what you're trying to say or what you think yet. I think that way visually, in terms of the photographs that I make that's not necessarily documentary, knowing that there's something here that we're looking at and kind of analyzing through the built environment and the form and the ways that architecture of South Louisiana and the infrastructure talks about these stories of place and rebuilding and access and all of those things. So um, I started that work and kind of had been building it over the course of 10 years. And it was a really wonderful exercise as it turned into a book form last year that brought in about 17 people that I've worked with over the course of my time there, ranging from shrimpers to musicians to academics to all of these folks who don't necessarily consider themselves artists, but who are so integral to the actual cultural landscape of the region.
Well, you have all kind of alluded to this and mentioned this in your answers earlier, but you all are involved in so many different, I guess, types of meditation, of arts, of genre and media. And I want to ask each of you, do you, think about when you were, I don't know, rubbing up against the boundary, do you think, oh, I'm going to go do this next thing? Or is it a natural progression for you to trying out new forms, to trying out new genre?
Well, for me, I can say growing up in a space like New Orleans and learning the music from practitioners that had, really specific kind of outlines for what was and what wasn't a certain type of dogma. Um, I could see how those guidelines actually created deficiencies in the expression as a younger person. So if you're being forced to have to speak blues to communicate an idea, what happens if you encroach into a cultural space that doesn't speak blues, right? And so how do you effectively communicate the idea to someone that has a different language, right? And so I think, at least for my practice, it was pretty early on that I realized that as amazing as these improvisers were, as amazing as these artists were, to try and build a template to be able to have a larger message and to reach more people. And I was going to have to sort of personally obliterate all of those lines and to say that if it exists, then I should also be eligible to engage with it because it will help me communicate those ideas better.
Well, last time we spoke, I would have described you as a trumpeter. And now I'm listening and I'm hearing a whole new set of instruments.
Yep.
What pushed you in that direction?
Well, I guess sort of similar things. What you're speaking to is the last few years. So I started off as a trumpeter. About 15 years ago, I created 7 new types of B flat instruments that were hybridizations of flugelhorns and trumpets and cornets and euphoniums and all of these things. And about 4 years ago, I created an instrument called the bow, which is a double-sided harp that hybridizes 3 different cultures of West African double-sided harps that would have seeded the blues in places like Louisiana and the gullahs and those realities. And all of those instruments are kind of from a foundational space are rooted in the same thing, feeling that the tools that were already there were not going to effectively communicate the idea. Also, I think a big part, at least with the bow, the most recent one was addressing a concern that I had growing up playing music and learning. If you enter into a forum that has a 300-year history of cornet playing with a cornet, there's very specific energies that can be levied to you given those histories. And I've found that for our community specifically, sometimes that can create paralysis. And so I wanted to try and create musical instruments like the bow that had ancestral recall and memory built into the methodology so that their grandfather's hands were there, but the template is a new 21st century template, so no one can superimpose the older idea onto these kids. They can embrace possibility, as you spoke to before, in a completely different way because the template, the sound, what they're looking at, the feel of it may be connected, but is also a completely new thing. So I think, the main priority was to try and contribute something that allowed the next generation to be able to walk in their own kind of shoes, for lack of a better way of putting it, versus having to, in our culture, there's so much that's made about how significant the contributions of the past practitioners like a Louis Armstrong or a Sidney Bechet have been. But, part of our contention is that there's a baby right now that has the capacity to be able to build on what Louis Armstrong did. But if every space that he walks into, someone is browbeating him to sound like Louis Armstrong, then he won't be able to realize that potential.
Virginia, I want to ask, I guess, a similar question just about this act of creating across what we used to consider are bright lines around creating art, around photography, around how you incorporate your previous practice and training into what you do. How do you view that? And do you run into any resistance when you are trying to stretch?
I want to maybe say a little bit about my approach, where that came from, being someone who was not raised in the South in Louisiana and seeing so much of the actual visual narrative of a place through the eyes of someone who just saw the news cycle and saw all of these images that to this day are still used to describe the climate crisis in ways that are like stock images. Um, that are images of floods and people's houses being destroyed. And I think about like this visual narrative that we've constructed around climate change and the ways that those images are oftentimes the viewer actually has like a dissociative experience through that because they're seen as these isolated events. They're the consequences of a disaster, when in fact there are so many things. Obviously, disasters don't happen in a vacuum that went up to why this actually occurred. So thinking about my approach to, rather than photographing and working with the actual destruction caused by storms or floods or these climate events, I have always been much more interested in thinking about the more causal aspects and thinking about ways that we can visualize these massive policies around flood insurance and disaster relief and all of these things that are invisible policies that show up in the built environment and the ways that people interact with space. So, photography is my main medium, but I also write and I do moving image work. I think that just that fluidity helps me in terms of processing and thinking about the work that I want to make and feel it out and not be in this box of only making pictures. And I guess if there's any restrictions or things that I've come up against, it's I think just this really deep legacy of photojournalism in this region, in Louisiana and New Orleans in particular, of helicopter journalism, where a lot of times people will come in and take pictures of a place that ultimately is used for like the advantage and propelling their own career in a way. So just thinking about the longer term investment in a place and what that means for me as an artist, it's not necessarily for everyone, but that's kind of something that is important to me.
Clint, I want to ask you now about how you think about yourself as a creator and what labels you use for yourself.
I generally say writer. I mean, my work spans across poetry, history, creative nonfiction. And what's interesting for me is that sometimes the work begins in one genre and then sort of evolves into another. And so, for example, my first book that I published was Counting Descent, was a book of poetry in 2016. And How the Word is Passed, when I first started sort of thinking about it, it began when I watched the Confederate statues come down in New Orleans in 2017, Robert E. Lee, Jefferson Davis, PGT Beauregard. And I was watching these statues come down, and I was thinking about what it meant that I grew up in a majority Black city in which there were more homages to enslavers than there were to enslaved people. And what are the implications of that? What does it mean to get to school? I had to go down past the statue of Robert E. Lee. To get to the grocery store, I had to go down Jefferson Davis Parkway. That my school was named after a leader of the Confederacy, that my parents still live on a street today named after someone who owned 150 enslaved people. And so I was thinking about that, and I was thinking about how despite the fact that my grandfather's grandfather was enslaved, and despite the fact that I grew up in a city that was the heart of the domestic slave trade, watching those statues come down helped me understand that I didn't understand the history of slavery in any way that was commensurate to the impact and legacy that it left on this country. And so what I did is what I start doing most times when I am wrestling with my own curiosities or gaps in understanding, is I started writing poems. And I started writing about a bunch of poems about my relationship to the city, my relationship to these statues. And I at first thought that what the book was going to be was a book of poetry about my relationship to these statues and sort of growing up amid this Confederate iconography or slave-holding iconography and street names and building names. And so I was thinking about that, and I was writing those poems. But what happened is that the poems, then I would go to a place and they became these sort of lyric essays. And then these lyric essays started incorporating pieces of historiography. And then I started talking to people, so it included interviews. And then it sort of became this triangulation of like historiography, conversations, and like going to places. And so what began as a poem ultimately sort of morphed and evolved into this bigger thing, because that's what the project was telling me to do. And sometimes it goes the other way. Sometimes I start doing like sort of reported work, and the conversations that I have in my reporting inform me that the question I'm asking actually demands to be answered in a different form, maybe in the form of a poem, than in a reported essay. And so I kind of move, I follow what I hope is in the tradition of many Black thinkers and artists who created work, who didn't focus in a specific genre and say, I am a novelist, or I am a essayist, or I am a poet, or I am a playwright. Or what they did oftentimes was let the nature of the question shape the direction of and the form and the medium and the genre that it would that the project would take.
Do you consider yourself a reporter now?
This is an ongoing thing between me and, because I came in journalism sideways. Even in me using the language of reporting versus research, Van's eyes are lighting up like, because
I'm going back. I'm telling everybody now. Clint is a reporter.
I wouldn't have said that long ago. But I think, I mean, to be real, I think that's part of it is because I had a limited conception of like what journalism was and what reporting was, and I associated it with something that was not artful, right? I was coming from a space where I was like, I'm an artist, I'm around artists, I write poems, and now I'm trying to transform that artistry into prose, and the idea of reporting, into my mind, which I now realize was overly reductive of me, was something that was at odds with craft. And what we know about the best sort of journalism is that it often is one that incorporates a profound amount of artistry and brings it together with research and reporting and history to create something that hopefully is really dynamic. And so now, because I have a broader conception of what the possibilities of journalism and nonfiction can be and what they can look like, I am happy to say that I go and report just my band would want me to.
Sounds like floodlines.
Yeah, exactly.
He still didn't call himself a reporter. You notice. Well, within that lineage, though, we're talking about people who we've learned from, who are inspirations to us, especially in that Black tradition of it's Baldwin going out and doing reported essays and also writing plays. It's Lorraine Hansberry doing the same. It's so many people who, like you said, are letting the question shape their work, and who also are not having to, or by necessity, are not able to rely on the same sort of standards of expertise and the strict bright lines. And I want to know from you, why do you think that is? Why do you think that's particular in this Black tradition?
Well, I was going to ask you to flip it. Why do you think?
Oh wow, he is a reporter.
Cause no, but like this is something we've talked about before, and it's really interesting to me. Like so many of the Black writers and creatives that we look back, like in the Harlem Renaissance, like Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, James Baldwin, like so many of these cats, they were reporters, right? Like they literally were like Langston Hughes was like literally a war reporter. Zora Neale Hurston, like what she was doing obviously was anthropology, but also was reporting, and with Baldwin so much. But it's interesting to me that we don't, and this might have been my own hang up, because I think of myself, I want to think of myself in that tradition, but we never name those folks and call them like journalists or reporters. Like we talk about Langston as a poet, we talk about Zora as a novelist, we talk about Baldwin as even essayist in a way that feels distinct from reporter or reporting, even though that is what like the fire this next time I mean, that's what it is, right? Like he's going and it's reportage. And I'm wondering, for you think so deeply about these questions, I'm wondering why you think it is that these figures, both in the Black artistic tradition, but also across the history of certainly American writing, more broadly, like so many of the greatest novelists were also war reporters in World War II, World War I. Like, why is it that part of that is not as central to their sort of like public or historical narrative as the other genres that they participated in?
I mean, I think that last part is exactly what you mentioned earlier about yourself. I don't think a lot of people view reporting as craft. They see it as an accessory to the thing. But in the Black tradition, the projects of Jim Crow and slavery, part of them, to me, the goal was oblivion. The goal was to not just make you forget and make the people around you forget, but to make you believe it was always this way and it will always be this way. And in order to do that, you have to control the facts. You have to tell people they don't have a history, they don't have a story beyond what you're telling them. And so I think if you're going to write against it, if you're going to create against that, you kind of have to compile the facts on the ground first, because people, the whole thing would be like, if you don't have this reporting, this body of knowledge, people will dismiss it. And if you're somebody trying to do the work of penetrating that, I think, reporting is a natural part of your process. At least that's how I think about it. But that's enough for me. Now, um, you brought me to the next thing that I really wanted to get into, which was memory. You know, I do think catastrophe, the most perfect catastrophe or the worst catastrophe would be one where nobody remembers it, where it does the job of erasing a story and a memory. And I want to hear, Chief, from you. Is your creation, is your ancestral recall, is that a at least partially a reaction against disaster or safeguard against it?
Well, I think it's important that we're really clear about the fact that it seems pretty easy to wipe things away from public memory, to wipe persons away, you know, and you know, a lot of the work that we are building is about fostering connection, and in order to do that, we have to have a very clear depiction of what happened before. To me, right? I think the murkier those waters are, the more difficult it is to achieve that. You know, but in terms of process, um, you know, these disasters and catastrophes happen in realities where you know, it may not be a storm, but it's still a disaster,
Right.
right? So, you know, I grew up in the Ninth Ward of New Orleans. Um, you know, in the black tribes and the nations there, which are, you know, designed to make sure that the people have safe spaces to be able to express, to be able, you know, we talked about all of the artists that don't label themselves as that. You know, I can think of the bead workers and the musicians that wouldn't label themselves that were around in those spaces. And you know, those communal expressions are born out of a reality where people are under resourced, and like you're saying, are still enduring a reality where they're surrounded by potential erasures and this notion of a larger oblivion, right, to obliterate that culture. And so you know, I think it's, for my practice, you know, I released a record called Anthem that happened right after the storm, and so there have been some specific moments that relate directly to a disaster or not. But I would say the entire practice is about giving warnings, creating courage, but related to the fact that those, what we're labeling catastrophe and disaster, is actually a constant for some communities, right?
Well, I was gonna ask about if the catastrophe of slavery,
Yeah,
sort of animates everything, right?
for sure. Well, I mean, I think you know, I can't speak for other realities. I can speak for what I've seen in New Orleans. You know, um, it doesn't seem to me that the environment is concerned with mending any of those things. It is still preoccupied with erasure. It is still preoccupied with superimposing pejorative and belittling ideas about certain groups that are rooted in those sort of antebellum kind of energies and ideas. So, you know, when people speak to what's going on in the city now and you see the musical expressions that don't acknowledge any of those energies, that's always curious to me. And it's not to say that other artists should make sure that their work is dominated by those narratives and work to subvert those things, but it does seem to be deficient and missing a lot when you actually ignore the reality that the people that your art is serving, the reality that those people are enduring, right? um, yeah, that's, I guess I hadn't really put it into those terms, you know, because it's though that reality hasn't shifted, right? And I don't mean to stop you, but you know, when we talk about the enslavement period, we deal with that as if it ended. It did not. It just, the means by which that could be your life reality shifted, right? So we know if you're duly convicted of a crime in the United States, that can befall you, right? But I just want to add this point to that. You know, when I made the corollary between the memory, of the man in 1990 and the man in 1890 or 1790. Like, sure, the guy in 1790 was enduring a very specific type of slavery where he had to wake up every day and invest time in what the other man's vision and want was, and endure all of those horrible things in that lifetime, every moment of that lifetime in service to that, with the threat of overt violence as sort of this anchoring thing. But in this moment, I look around my neighborhood in the Ninth Ward and I see people that get up every day and work 2 jobs, 3, 4 jobs. They don't have many of the resources and things that they need, and their life reality is essentially still that. It may not be linearly the threat of overt violence in the same way, so much as it is the threat of starvation, right? So to me, yeah, some of obviously the environment has shifted in some ways. It's like, yes, you're more technologically advanced and you have all of these other resources that from the outside perspective looks like you have progressed. But in terms of the man that has to get up every day and go to 4 jobs to essentially endure wage slavery, you have not. So I to me, it feels deficient when we ignore those realities.
One thing that always drew me to New Orleans was the fact that those stories they were always just written on the wall in a lot of places. It literally on the wall in a lot of places. History just had a way of accreting over and over. People would build in the same place. A lot of people would live where their grandparents and great grandparents lived. But I think a lot of people in the city now will say that is changing a bit. That there are people who are, there's now more new development. There's a lot of things being paved over. Virginia, from your perspective, as somebody who is observing and keen on observing space, have you seen that aspect of the city change at all in the past few years?
Well, I can only speak to my experience there. I think that, you saying paving just explicitly made me think of, these conversations that we've been having around facade and exterior and home and structures and the amount of investment that went into preparing for the Super Bowl and thinking about, you know, roads being like all of this maintenance and construction and infrastructure investment um, for essentially, a tourism like, capital plug when there's so many roads, as you know, throughout New Orleans, where my car has been broken many times and street flooding. So I just you saying paving and thinking about like this infrastructure and the resources happen to be there for the sake of actually like um, uh, making this space inhabitable for like outsiders to come and having that on the national stage. But before I lose my train of thought, I think that a lot of my work being outside of the levee system and kind of thinking about the ways that storms and weather are markers of time in a way, in terms of thinking about how um, a house next to a slab on grade house, so you have just kind of the concrete slab on the ground, house on that, next to a house that's raised 12 feet, next to a house that's raised 20 feet. Those kind of visual that dynamic and kind of just a visual representation of architecture, you start asking these questions of why and how, and thinking about the lack of a comprehensive climate adaptation plan that we have, not just in South Louisiana, but for the rest of the country, in terms of when Orleans Parish floods, places like Irish Bayou and Venetian Isles, all these places outside of the levee district, St. Bernard Parish, Plaquemines Parish, you see kind of the ways that people have either been able to elevate their houses through federal assistance or through actual private wealth. So it's just endlessly something that I'm endlessly curious about, in terms of thinking about the ways that you're looking at how people are kind of maintaining their ownership of space and these generational ties to space, and challenging what's often still heard in kind of this conversation and rhetoric around after storms of why do people live in these spaces and why don't they move. And we've spoken multiple times today about the ties to land and the generational ties to that space, and also just um, moving and all of these things take an enormous amount of money if you even want to. Um, so I'm rambling, but
No,
those
it's all
are
good.
those are some ways.
You mentioned Plaquemines Parish, and a big portion of my upcoming project is in Plaquemines Parish, and because I think you go there and cause and effect our next door neighbors, right? I was interviewing a guy, one of the Satsuma orange growers, who was complaining about the growing season changing, and literally had to like stop the tape because an oil derrick was making noise behind him. It was like, well, there's your thing.
And you
Yeah,
also have the river diversion project,
right.
which was this massive project to divert the river and generate land regeneration, or create new lands in Plaquemines Parish, directly next to the largest liquefied natural gas export terminal being created in North America. So Plaquemines is and also just kind of the lack of resources and funding in terms of rebuilding after storms, after Ida,
Hmm.
especially.
Yeah, Ida was a tough one. Um, I want to ask each of you what I think of at least my own work now in terms of my children, in terms of something that I leave to them and am creating with the intent of leaving to them. And when I ask each of you, do you view your work as instructive, or is it or yeah? Do you view your work as instructive?
I certainly do.
Mhm.
Yeah. But I was raised in a space where when you learn to, even I spoke about the dogma of learning the music and that context, but one of the beautiful things there is you see the utility in generational information,
Mhm.
right? You can literally track, oh, this guy is 90 years old and he played with Louis Armstrong and Kid Ory, and he has a certain amount of information. And the person in their 60s was able to take that information and to put it in this context. And so, and maybe, the 90-year-old in terms of playing at that time may have diminished returns. He may not be able to just grab the cornet and play the thing that he could play when he was 40. So developing the ability to not just artistically leave the contribution, but to use all of the tools at your disposal to make sure that you're disseminating that information to the next group is pivotal. So I would say yes.
Virginia.
I think to some extent it is instructive, more so as a filter or guide for thinking about issues rather than having a hard stance through my own narrative on what is right or what you should be thinking and what you shouldn't be thinking about the work. Um, Working with visual art, there's a lot of opportunity to sit with the work for a longer period of time, to put it into different formats, a book format, exhibition format, lots of different collaborative approaches to bringing it into a public forum. So I think a lot of my work is speculative, and I have had many opportunities over the course of my career where I really appreciate insight and feedback and questions and this dialogue with people who have either read my work or have seen it, and thinking about it as kind of like this endlessly um, it's an endless conversation between who's making the work and who is kind of experiencing it. And also in book format, like I think that it's something that's so special and specific because you can come back to it at another point in time, and that can be completely different to you how you experience it then.
Clint.
Yeah, I guess instructive doesn't necessarily mean didactic. And so I certainly don't want my work to feel didactic.
I never want somebody to feel like they're being bludgeoned with me telling them like when I didn't want How the Word Is Passed to be like, here are the 10 things you should have always known about slavery, right? Like, because that would be disingenuous to the project. That would be disingenuous to me, because the project was born from a space of trying to fill in the gaps of my own education, right? So for me to write it in a way that, as if I were trying to instruct or tell or convey information that I had always held, like I came out the womb reading Baldwin. I think that
You
would have
did, though.
been like, my mom would like to tell that story. That's not that's not the truth. But what is true is that every project that I work on is first instructive for myself, right? Like I'm very clear that like if I'm writing, if I'm working on a book specifically, I pick book subjects that are attempts to sort of chase my own curiosities, and that makes it so that the project of creation and of reporting and of craft making is intellectually and creatively generative, regardless of what happens externally with the product. And the same for a poem, right? The poem is instructive for me because, as we've talked about, it is a means of me paying closer attention to the world. It is a means of helping me more fully understand what I think about something. So it is instructive, but I think my work is instructive for. I am my first audience. I am my primary audience, and I hope that the efforts toward personal instruction can be helpful or meaningful or generative for others as well. But I don't begin with an externally instructive set of desires, or having that be the sort of metric or central propelling feature of my work. Instead, it's what am I curious about? What do I want to understand more about? In what ways can I challenge myself or my own set of ideas and preconceived notions? And that is what ultimately makes the work feel meaningful.
Now, I do want to open up the floor for questions in just one moment, but I have a quick question for you, Chief, and that is, what do you say when people call you a jazz artist?
Wow. Yeah, I've hated that since I was a very small kid. Well, mainly because, even as a small child, like I said, I was really curious as to the fuller history of it. And, jazz is a really belittling and pejorative and sensationally racist term. This is a term that has its birth in it being a shortening of jackass. It was called jackass music, JASS. The first record that exists in this culture of music was made by European descent Americans pantomiming and satirically pantomiming the contributions of the African descent New Orleanians. And that record is called the Original Dixieland Jazz, JASS Band, right? And so for me, when I would see teachers like Kid Jordan or Clyde Kerr or Alvin Baptiste and these beyond regal and really intelligent men, I didn't see a jackass. I saw practitioners that had a code and that made sure that they were important and a really, really beautiful legacy to the next generation. So we don't use that term. We prefer to say stretch music. The 21st century sort of group of practitioners uses this term in many instances instead of jazz, just because it's just anytime I see it, I kind of cringe. I have sort of gone on a campaign for the last 20 years of my career since kind of popping up as a teenager, really wanting to understand why, there's a jazz festival in every city. I can go to Jakarta, I can go to Melbourne, and there's a jazz festival. And so it was always curious to me why so many people were preoccupied with projecting that term after Miles Davis and Charles Mingus and all of these great practitioners over many decades, almost a century, said, don't identify me with that. That is essentially a racial epithet. And not only does it inaccurately describe what's going on, it is also something that is used as a means of diminishing and belittling and throwing all of those beautiful contributions into a vat of trash. So it rubs me the wrong way. But I also say, listen, my name used to be Christian Scott. Right now, I'm Chief Zion Atunde Adjua. For some reason, my life has sort of been marred by a non-acceptance of certain labels. And just as it relates to the larger histories, yeah, I'm a 7-year-old little boy looking up the history of jazz and finding the Times Picayune articles that deal with it being jackass music. I'm also a person that was 7 years old reading and wanting to understand how a group that had the history that our group had would have those kinds of names. And for me, similar to jazz, at a certain point, I felt it was important to levy my non-acceptance and to also to try and create alternatives to those things. To me, I do feel in my heart also one of the last components of full self-emancipation in this space is also the walking away from those surnames and those stamps that essentially still project us as captured beings. And jazz is a part of that.
All right, now I want to open it up for questions.
Thank you all. I'm Natasha Varner. I'm a historian and ESSET 250 fellow with New America. You all have given me a lot to think about, so thank you. One thing on my mind is just how our society values art as essential, but artists as expendable. And so in thinking about the art and catastrophe and thinking back to earlier conversations about resilience, have you all seen anything emerge in the aftermath of Katrina or just in general in like living in the ongoing disaster of climate change and life in capitalism that has pointed to building resiliency for artists? Or even if it was fleeting after Katrina, I'm just curious if you've seen any models that seemed valuable.
Well, I'll just say, at least from the sort of inter-New Orleanian kind of cultural spaces, it's a group that already had to be resilient. So, the catastrophes that we're speaking about, the storms that we're speaking about, they create a moment where, there seems to be more of a focal point on that because that the community is enduring something because there's been this massive mark. But I will say that that corridor of creators is always has to maintain a certain type of resiliency because of what the environment gives.
Piggybacking on your question, I've been thinking about what the loss of so much funding and grant funding for artists in particular, means, especially for artists of color, especially in communities that will lose programs from like the ground up. And so I know this is outside the scope of your practice, but can you speak a little bit to what might fill those gaps or how we as a society think about filling those gaps that are going to be so acutely felt?
I mean, Chief might be able to speak more to this, but like I am always thinking about the ways in which sort of in New Orleans specifically, music for a lot of, and I'm thinking about this specifically through the prism of young men, for a lot of young men in particular, and also young women, because it's important to note, but I know in my own family and in people that I've been mentors to and communities that I'm proximate to, there's a large sort of sociological body of work that talks about like sports and other extracurriculars as a means of like preventing young boys from getting involved in crime or getting in trouble or like having nothing to do and sitting around. And in New Orleans, like there's so many young people for whom music is that thing, right? There's so many kids who like pick up a trumpet, pick up a trombone, pick up a drum set, and that gives them art. It gives them proximity to community. It gives them a thing to 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 imagine themselves as like improving upon. It gives them it. It is the thing that I think that sports plays for so many. It's like, oh, I'm part of a team. I'm part of a thing that I can get better at. I'm part of, and it prevents a sort of uh, listlessness or restlessness, or sort of it gives a young person something to do. And so many of the programs in New Orleans that I think provide a lot of after school music engagement, that provide instruments to young people. Those are the sort of organizations, not only because of federal funding, but what like part of the sort of conversations that I've been hearing during lunch and during breaks is like, it's not just federal funding that's being pulled back. It's like funding more broadly, right? So the federal funding is obviously particularly insidious in its manifestations, but like funders are pulling back from all sorts of things all over the country. And I think to a point that was made before, the arts are one of the first things that people can pull back from. It's one of the things that feel most expendable. And so I do feel concerned that as these programs lose their funding, as programs that recognize that music can play an important role in keeping a young person out of trouble, but also helping a young person like more fully self-actualize, that there's going to be an even greater gap than there is now of young people feeling like they don't have an anchor. And I know that in New Orleans in particular, around the country, but in New Orleans in particular, the role that music plays in a young person's upbringing and how a young person conceives of their sense of self is particularly strong. And I worry about our city when it loses that.
I will jump in if that's okay, because you know the kid you're talking about was me, right? You know, I grew up in the neighborhood, went to a lot of different schools. I was a straight A student, but I was always fighting. So I had to go from one school to the next school. My mother would pull us out. I have an identical twin brother as well, and you know, I wanted to be a prize fighter until I found a B flat trumpet, right? And it completely changed my reality, having that community to lead on. But what I will say, just in terms of the divestment, you know, in a linear fashion, in spaces like New Orleans, that's not where you learn to do that, right? So it's like, yes, they may be a jazz camp here, a jazz camp there, and obviously that's always going to be unfortunate when we divest in terms of the things that are going to build beautiful futures. But one of the beautiful things about what that community has had to do, because depending on which regime is in, you know, all of those things, you know, some communities don't have the ability to escape from or rise above fascism. Some communities have to deal with it no matter who is in. And so I think our community has been developed very specific tools to make sure that no matter what's going on in the larger equation, that those skill sets and those tools are imparted to the next generation. Yeah.
We have one more quick question right here.
I'm a native of New Orleans, so I got a quick comment about the Super Bowl. I used to work for the NFL, and I went to many Super Bowls. I went to an after party when the Saints won, and I was walking around, and there was James Carville, Kim Kardashian, who was dating Reggie Bush at the time, and the Archbishop and two nuns. Never seen that at any after party at any other Super Bowl.
This sounds like an intro to a joke.
At a Super Bowl. But I have a serious question. So, as a native, I think gentrification is too easy of a term to talk about what's happening to the city. But if the forces that resist gentrification, or whatever you're going to call it, lose, and New Orleans, you know, becomes Dallas, throw the whole country away. Just like literally throw America away. It has lost one of its centers of soul. maybe a simplistic question, but what is happening to the artistic community at the grassroots level post-Katrina?
I'm sorry to anybody here from Dallas.
Well, yeah, it's different, you know. That's a hard one because, you know, I'm not a person that, you know, we understand that the larger history here is riddled with, you know, this kind of movement, right? One group in an area, another group moves. You know, some folks don't want to be around each other for a time because the normative way of interacting is to be hateful towards each other, these kinds of things. And, you know, it's kind of, I have it's a dual thing for me, right? Because I'm a chieftain of one of the tribes in Louisiana. I'm the Grand Griot of New Orleans. So preserving culture and making sure that those erasures don't happen is part of what I'm mandated as in terms of my sort of, for lack of a better way of putting it, kind of social roles in those spaces. But as an artist who recognizes the beauty in the broader human family, um, I think those folks that are incoming that have created the New Orleans also have ways of contributing things that would not be contributed if they weren't there. So, you know, I mean, I'm sitting next to a person that represents that cadre, right? So I think it's a twofold. You know, years ago, right after the storm, I came back into town to do a fundraiser, and I was like warming up my horn in the 7th Ward, and this brand new club owner from another area was like, "Hey, you can't play a trumpet in this neighborhood this late." It was like 10 p.m., right? And I'm like, homeboy, you know, Freddie Kepper's house was right over there. This is where this comes from, you know, this kind of thing. And obviously, eventually, he learned that. But I think part of what really needs to happen is to make sure that those groups, when they're encroaching, also have a moment where they are oriented into the space that they're coming into. I think more often than not, we have a tendency to self-segregate, and then as a byproduct of that self-segregation, we're not sharing stories and ideas and finding the points of connection and synergies between each other. And that's the part that creates calamity. My life's experiences as a world citizen and someone that's really been touring since almost 11 or 12 years old is that all of the things that I'm seeing people endure and go through in New Orleans, I could go to Latvia and it's the same issues. That area may be ethnically homogenous, and so some issues are different. But the point that I'm making is they also may have a moment or a neighborhood where a new group has encroached in, and now there's kind of angst and negative speech and energies towards that group, rather than trying to figure out what it is that group can actually contribute or and invest in through meaningful communion with each other. So there's an odd duality there. As a cultural practitioner and someone that is responsible for those things, you want to do your best to try and maintain and fight the erasure. But that is impossible in a reality that shifts as much as this one does. And you know, I learned as a little boy, the only thing that you can bank on is that something will change. And I think being adaptable and willing to embrace that change, to draw certain lines in the sand about there being a code and a way of conduct and history in these spaces, but it requires a more comprehensively built system and model for how we interact with each other versus just labeling this, you're an outsider, you're new here, and therefore don't belong, you know?
Well, thank you. And thank you. I think that's all the time we have. And we have a few minutes for a break, and we'll get back for our last remarks and panel.
We're going to bring everybody back to order. Just give me a few minutes, if you all don't mind, to do some thank yous, to share a couple of my own reflections from the day, and then to pass back to Van for the final closing. I'm Paul Butler. I'm the President and Chief Transformation Officer here at New America. Thank you again for coming. I have some obligatory but necessary thank yous to give to some of the people in this room. First, to all of the speakers, all of our colleagues who came to participate To all the New America Fellows, please raise your hands again, just so you can be recognized one more time. And to the future security, yeah, y'all, see, I wasn't sure if y'all were gonna clap before or after. I was gonna say, hold it, but go ahead and do it while we're doing this. Thanks to our events and production teams. They have been all around the space doing what we need to do to make sure that we record this event. And to all of you who have joined us both online and in the room, thank you to Arizona State University, and thank you to the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation for supporting this event and making it happen. Thanks, Trista. It has been a day of many, many things, hard truths, deep insights, instruction, whether we wanted it or not, and certainly remembrance. Katrina, as we have said since this morning, it was much more than just a storm. It was a rupture in many different ways that exposed deep inequality in our society, inequality and inequity that we are still trying to think through and still trying to resolve. And certainly, at a minimum, has been an opportunity to reckon with the past that we have all now in our own collective and individual memories. I want to return personally just to Ted's initial question from this morning. Where were you when the storm hit, even more precisely when the levees broke? For me, I was living in Atlanta, but I was in LA and watched much of it unfold over those first few days on television. What I remember most and what still lingers with me are really the friends that I have who are from New Orleans and what I can only describe as the terror of waiting. Waiting to hear from family, waiting to hear from friends, waiting to try and get in. And it's the waiting that still lingers with me today. And the waiting is really, I think, in part what I think we're all still doing in many ways and still trying to wrestle with. We are waiting to get out. We are waiting to get back in. We are waiting to get word. We're waiting for the paving, Virginia. That still lingers with me. We are waiting for the mending. Chief, your word from your panel sticks with me. We are waiting for the preparedness. Dr. Fink, if you're still here, your word still sticks with me. Those are a particular kind of terror. I have no other way to describe it. The waiting is, in many ways, a particular kind of terror. And it's hard for me to move us forward and to go with then what you have already done with us, which is to make us think about not 20 years ago, but what will be 20 years from now. I am still with the waiting, and I'm still wrestling with that myself and still reflecting on it. But what I think we have shown today is that there is an importance and an urgency around bold storytelling, about interdisciplinary thinking around these issues, about the importance of art, about someone said on the panel how policy really is the invisible, I think, Virginia, these were your words. It is invisible manifestation of things that are happening in the background. And we see it. We see the policies in the buildings, in the paving or the lack of paving. And we see it in the art. As Anne-Marie said at the beginning of the day, this is New America's 25th anniversary. It is a moment not just for this event, but really for the organization. And for all of you who have helped bring us this far over these 25 years, and to the New America Fellows who, as Anne-Marie said, have really defined the work of New America in many different ways. I want to also, because she didn't put it in my notes, I want to thank Owista who runs the New America Fellows Program. Yes, you must. She will kill me later for that. This is a moment for the organization and for all of you and for all of us collectively to reflect on what we've done, not just today, but really in our work over the last 25 years. New America exists for these exact kinds of conversations, to be a platform for new ideas, to elevate diverse voices, to challenge, and to also reach. And Clint, I'm going to borrow that word from you. It is an important word, Clint, that we reach. And so I want to use that as inspiration as I turn now things back over to Van Newkirk, who really was the curator for this experience today. So we thank him and invite him and Nicole Hannah-Jones, both New America Fellows, to take us forward into this last moment of the day.
All right. I know y'all sick of me. Well, thank you so much, Paul, for giving us the space and the conditions to do this. I think when we were first brainstorming just whether we were going to do an event on the 20th anniversary, I remember you kept coming to the meetings and encouraging us to go big, to do the things that we thought were appropriate. And, I think that was a special moment for me, just being encouraged to go big. And in that spirit of doing the thing that I always wanted to do, I always wanted to talk on stage with Nicole Hannah-Jones. Nicole, thank you for joining us. I want to start with I've been reading and passing around your recent story for the Times Mag about called The Second Nadir. And for me, it's a story that really just crystallizes so well the state of play, as this as this conversation is called. And can you tell us more about The Second Nadir?
Hey, everyone. Hey. Let me just thank you for inviting me. And I guess I'm your elder. Um, and I say that just to say it's just been remarkable to see your career and all that you have done and accomplished. And so I'm glad you wanted to be on stage with me. And the last thing before I answer the question, just looking at these books up here is very depressing because I never finished my book that I was working on when I was a New America Fellow, but it's okay, one day.
Hey, I mean,
I
that
heard I'm right on
1619
time.
joint is selling, still selling. So hey,
So the essay that I published in the New York Times, I was telling in a chat we have that I was very proud that I got the second nadir published in the New York Times, like that actual phrase, and because many people have never heard of the first nadir, and the nadir, of course, refers to the period after the fall of Reconstruction, where we would enter the 100-year period of racial apartheid in the United States. And that this was considered the lowest point for Black Americans since slavery. And that it really was epitomized by first kind of statewide assaults on civil rights, and then the federal government joining in and being weaponized against the rights of Black Americans, and really condoning them being forced back under the veil, as W.E.B. Du Bois says. So I was watching, of course, like everyone else, what this administration was doing in its first day, its first 2 days, its first week, and how our field, even the second go round with Trump, continued to say that Trump won on economic anxiety, right? Continued to say that even after everything we saw in his first election, the second time he ran, and yet the policies he were rolling out, as we know, had nothing to do with economics. They were racial anxiety, right? Cultural wars, targeting other people of marginalized identities like trans people and queer people. So I was watching the coverage and just thinking, like, again, we are letting the Trump administration and conservatives define the lexicon of how we're covering what's happening. So Trump says he's attacking DEI. We just regurgitate that he's attacking DEI, but he's not. I mean, he is attacking corporate DEI, but what he was really attacking is civil rights. That all of these things that he's doing, you know, when you dismantle the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Education, Social Security, FDA, EPA, you're not shuttering DEI offices. They were dismantling the ability to actually enforce civil rights law. And so I wanted a piece that put it into this larger context, that if we, you know, the beauty of the conservative propaganda campaign is they take these terms that well-meaning folks come up with, they subvert the terms, and then they render them toxic, and then they use those terms to destroy civil rights. And that's what they did with DEI. So by us just re-upping those terms, we actually further the propaganda, like we do that work for them. So I just wanted to show that we're not talking about pronouns in emails, though we also should defend that, right? That's free speech. And if people want to do that, how can that be illegal? But we're talking about things much, much bigger than that. Like, are we going to allow integration programs to go forward? Is the federal government going to vindicate the rights of those who have been historically marginalized? Or is it only going to vindicate the rights of white men like it has for the vast majority of the history of our country? So I wanted to give us that history and just make us think about this in a much larger way. Than whether or not I have to go to a corporate diversity training that I don't think is effective. We're not talking about that. And DEI, of course, most DEI programs are less than 10 years old. They came out of the George Floyd protests. So to allow them to take DEI to successfully attack what we thought was accepted, because what they really want to do is overturn the 1964 Civil Rights Act. They're pretty explicit about that. So if they don't have the votes to do that, instead, they just will turn the law against us to the point that it becomes so useless that it may as well not exist. And I think that's the strategy. So anyway, the essay was just trying to take us on this journey and do as I often feel like my work is doing, what your work is doing, what Clint's work, the work, I see Adam back there, of like so many people, is to try to say, you only want to look at this moment as if it's in this moment. And there's an entire history that got us here. And you don't know that history, which means you are incapable of actually really understanding what's happening, which means you can't fight it and you can't stop it if you don't know what built it. The last point I want to make, and I didn't do a great job of describing the article, so just read it, is I remember there's a line in there at the very end where I say, you know, basically, if we look at history, we can see a place where Black people again disappear, where we are disappeared from mainstream institutions. There are already, you know, we're underrepresented in any number of fields: law, medicine, 4-year college degrees, all of these areas. And that I feel that, you know, Trump is creating a nation where it becomes publicly acceptable to discriminate. Like, discrimination happens all the time, but we felt some public shame about it. And he is eradicating that shame, and that we may see a disappearing of Black people again. And one of my editors was like, well, don't you feel like that's just a little too strong?
I get you.
And look, this is what editors do, though, right? You have to test the theory. Like, I have to actually, if I'm going to make this argument, I didn't want to engage in hyperbole. I actually tried to be very restrained. But I'm like, I gave examples, and that's why that history to me was so important. Of, you know, how many people know that the University of South Carolina in 1870 was a completely integrated university? Right? Nobody, not nobody, very few people. Or that there were, in New Orleans, Black and white school children at the end of slavery were attending the same schools. Or, you know, all of these Black men who serve in the US Senate and then disappear for a century. And University of South Carolina would not be integrated for a century until there was a federal court order and entire movement. And so if we don't remember that you can lose everything, then we're in this position and we're not defending because we think it's going to be okay. And I don't think it is. So that's a long way. Sorry. It's a long article. I talk a lot.
You talk about not remembering, but I feel like you talk about this work of employing history to understand the present.
Yeah.
And you've been doing that. And you've been telling us pretty clearly what the place is. And it feels like a little bit more like denial in a lot of corners than not remembering.
I think it's both. So, I always talk about the 1619 project as a work of memory. People categorize it as history. I'm not a historian, I'm a journalist. It's a work of journalism. But more than that, it's a work of memory. So, part of it is many of us just literally have never been taught these things. Now, that's intentional, of course. What we're taught and not taught is often, due to the decisions of people who have the power to determine curricula, who we build monuments to, who we name streets after, what movies get made, all of those things. But most of us just have never had an opportunity to even be exposed to these ideas. We don't, the process of discovery of a journalist, right, or a researcher is you start researching, you start digging into something, and you're like, damn, I never knew this. Now, clearly someone knew it because they wrote about it. But you don't know it exists until you know it exists. And then, of course, there's that intentional erasure, that denial, which is what we're seeing all across the country in response, not just to the 1619 project, but that's y'all remember that racial reckoning? Did that
Nah.
happen? Y'all remember that? Right? But that short-lived moment where we were trying to confront our past, and now we are actively trying to erase. We are actively trying to subvert. And of course, there's a method to that. You can't say basically what the Trump administration is saying, which is white men are the rightful rulers of this society, that the only people who are qualified for all of these jobs, where their credentials are unquestioned, are white men, and that I'm going to restore meritocracy to the United States, and then acknowledge all the Black firsts, right? That you actually had to have a Black first. That Jackie Robinson exists at a time where we were told those were all the best baseball players, and yet he wasn't allowed to play in the major leagues. So that erasure is necessary to erase rights. And that's really also the argument of the piece is you erase the history because your larger plan is to erase people's rights. And if you force us to forget, or you make this learning repulsive, which is what they're also trying to do, right? All of the attacks on 1619, critical race theory, what they're calling critical race theory, the teaching of history, is to make it so that we don't even want to learn that history, or if you learn the history, that history is considered discredited. They have to replace that history with the mythology that they've always had in order to justify the power that they want to continue to wield.
Yeah, I'm sure you've had this experience, but I now can't go back and talk about what I do for a living in the school where I grew up. And that's where we are, right? Yeah, it is, isn't it? With the racial reckoning, I've been thinking about history, American history, as these series of reckonings or attempts at reckonings. And I've been thinking about Katrina, actually, as one such reckoning. What role does Katrina play in your sort of understanding of race in America today?
That's a big question, but I guess appropriate for this convening. So I was also thinking of like, where was I when Katrina happened? I was just beginning my career as a journalist. I was working at my first journalism job covering schools in the South. In Durham, I was covering schools for Durham, public schools, very segregated, learning a lot. And I remember.
Oh, you covered Durham schools then?
I did.
I was in school in Durham then.
What year?
I was in science and math, 05.
So I am your elder, like I said. You were also one of like 5 Black people in science and math too. Yeah.
3.
Yeah. So that's actually, I mean, it was there that I got interested in covering school inequality, school segregation. I remember being a young reporter and finding out that Durham had just been released from its school desegregation orders like 10 years before. And I was like, how? Like, you know, it's like this whole world, again, this history existed, you don't know about it. And so the image that I always, always, always think of, which has become like a theme through my own work, is this image of this Black family on the roof, surrounded by water, and they put that flag on, right? They have the flag, and they're like, if we wear this banner, will they recognize our humanity and come save us? And we see that repeated again and again. I mean, the opening essay to the 1619 book is me talking about my dad flying his flag in the front yard. And you see this, and thanks for having a visual edition up here, but there's a entire, what we call like a gallery in the book called Patriotism, which is just images of Black people with the American flag. And how have we tried to use that flag, and what is our complicated relationship to that? So when we think about all the narratives that were coming out, it was excruciating for me as a Black journalist who wasn't covering, I mean, I covered Durham schools. I was not a national reporter. I was never going to get to go and cover Katrina. They did send, because it was a national story, and back then newsrooms were still robust. This is before the industry was decimated. They sent a team of reporters, but I wasn't one. I was too young, and all the reporters they sent were white. Which white reporters can and did cover the story, and can and did cover it well. But I just remember thinking, like, do you see the images coming out of there? How do you not have a Black reporter who gets to tell that story? And then we just remember how quickly the racial tropes took over. And we've seen this again and again. We saw it with COVID, right? You see it again and again, that at first there's this sense that we're all in this together. This is a catastrophe that knows no like racial boundaries. We're all in this together. And it didn't take but a day or two for all of the racist tropes about the rapes happening in the Superdome and just the sheer criminality of people who were too poor to leave. But the message was they were too stupid to leave, right? How many times did you hear, why didn't they just go? And I don't know what people talked about before I got here, so I'm sorry if I'm like retreading ground. So I learned as a young reporter just so much from watching the coverage, and that aching sense that if we're not telling those stories will never get told as rightly as they should. And the last thing I'll say, so I mean, New Orleans, of course, is the most Africanized city in America. Culturally, the most Africanized city in America. It is a uniquely special place. It also, to me, in some ways, is the most American city in America. When you look at the indigenous presence and the way indigenous culture still shapes that city, the Black culture, the African culture, and then all of these waves of white European colonists who would come and claim that city and claim that area, and the very fact that the Louisiana Purchase, so, you know, the Haitian Rebellion leads to the expansion of slavery in the United States. Like, all of those things make this a remarkable place. But I remember almost a decade later, when I was writing about housing segregation, people from Katrina were still suing people, right? They were suing the federal government because the federal government was using these like basically racist systems to determine how much money you would get to rebuild your house. So by then I'm covering like failures to enforce the Fair Housing Act. And because of housing segregation, a home in a white neighborhood in New Orleans is valued, of course, the exact same house, many, many times more than a house in a Black neighborhood. And yet the formula to rebuild is based on what is your property appraised at, not how much does it cost to rebuild your house. So that inequality that was structured into housing meant that Black folks whose houses cost the exact same amount to build couldn't get money to build their houses. And then you're like, is this on accident or is it on purpose? And it's the federal government who's the one that's actually supposed to be enforcing the law that is discriminating against people. So in so many ways, Katrina just epitomizes still and the response to it, and who got displaced, and who was able to rebuild, and who was able to stay, and who was stereotyped. It still epitomizes all of that.
The most American city. Yeah, I think I cover race and the environment a lot.
Yeah.
And so every year I call the travel agent and say, I need 5 tickets to New Orleans because I know the stories will start there in some way. You connected Katrina to COVID in your remarks, and you were thinking, I think about a story you wrote early in the pandemic. I was sitting at home with a newborn and was reading a story you wrote about a Black family that was going through COVID. Sort of you could see the bones of what we know to be true now, which was Black communities were sort of left behind. But this was kind of before we knew that to be true. What drove you to do that then? Were you anticipating this, or yeah?
I mean, I'm going to take that as a slightly rhetorical question.
Of course.
'Cause, of course, I know we know our country. We know our country. So if white Americans were suffering under COVID, it's no question who was going to be suffering the most. It was just no question. We were just waiting on the data. And I just was determined. Going back and thinking about the period of COVID, myself and so many other Black journalists, activists, doctors, scientists, we knew we needed to see the data, but we were afraid of what was going to happen as soon as the data was released, right? We knew that there was no way that this thing was taking out vulnerable populations and Black people were not being disproportionately killed by COVID. But we also knew that as soon as the data came out showing that it was Black people who were disproportionately dying, we would no longer have the urgency to solve it. We knew that. And that's exactly what happened. The data comes out. We're not shocked. We know, going back to the early days of COVID, when we thought it was a disease that killed elderly white people, that's when we all collectively shut down everything. I remember I was in Brazil. It was very stupid. We knew something was happening, and my husband was like, I don't think you should go, but I was like, I'm going to Brazil now. I don't give a damn, I'm going. And I remember all I had was some hand sanitizer and some gloves. And somebody was like sitting next to me with a straight up gas mask on. And I was like, And then they basically they only let me do they only let 50 people into my talk, and then they canceled the rest of the trip and said, you have to go home. And I was remembering I was on stage, and they had canceled the entire NBA season over one person testing positive. And that's where me, investigative reporter, was like, oh shit, this is some real shit. But anyway, I say all that.
Wow, we hate Rudy Gobert in this room.
Look, okay. But I just remember, y'all all remember that in those early days, that is when they shut down, the largest. I came back the day after, the reason I talked about Brazil, the day after I arrived back from Brazil, they shut down the New York City public schools. Then they start to shut down, everything. It was ghost town in New York in many places. And so we had this collective sense of sacrifice. And when the data came out, that's when open the schools, open the businesses. If grandma gotta die, grandma gotta die. We completely lost this desire. And that's what, to help each other. And that's what Katrina forecasted for us. This lack of desire that once we believed that the victims were poor Black people who were rapacious and criminal, that somehow as they are struggling to survive, they're thinking about let's, commit all of these crimes. We're seeing white communities that are literally standing on the bridges with guns, not allowing their desperate neighbors to pass, like St. Bernard's Parish, that there was no desire for collectivity, that struggle of Black Americans to be treated as full citizens, as part of the body politic, as part of who we are as Americans, it didn't exist. And the veneer of that was completely destroyed by Katrina, by the response to Katrina, by the news coverage of Katrina, by who got to rebuild, who got to come back. And that's the same thing that we saw with COVID.
We have studies now that show that people stop caring about COVID when they associate it with Black folks.
Yeah.
Once we introduce that fact, people no longer support COVID interventions. I've wrestled with that as a former public health guy, right? Like, if we know now empirically that sharing the truth about that thing makes people care less about it, should that change how we present it? And I want to ask you as a reporter, does that weigh on you?
Of course, but there's no answer. It's a conundrum because, well, one, of course, we have to report the truth. But two, like I said, we were afraid to see the data, but we needed the data because how could these communities protect themselves? How could they understand? And there was, right? I mean, your head of health in the United States says Black people had special immunity to COVID. So if we didn't report that we were the ones, that it wasn't just a matter of you being elderly, that it was a matter of, are you physically vulnerable? And Black people, of course, experience weathering. So our bodies are more aged than our calendar years. That if we didn't report that, then how could our communities protect themselves? How could we get the aid that we needed? Because of that data and that reporting, people who lived in Black and brown communities got early access to vaccines. So it's one of those things where we know the response and we have to grapple with the truth of that. And that is the weight of this work all the time, is realizing in the end, folks do not care about us in the same way. I've been thinking about this in terms of some reporting I might be doing on, the gutting of the EPA, of the environmental justice. And I keep hearing, and the same thing with DEI, people keep saying, people think it's just about Black folks, and it's not. So you got to tell the stories of the white people who are affected. And I'm like, that's true. Like, we should tell those stories, but I just refuse to traffic in the notion that it's not enough to just care about Black folks. Like, I'm writing about Black people, but we know that if we just write about Black people, people don't care. So folks are like, oh, it's DEI's veterans too. Okay, that's true. And Black people have borne the brunt of being stereotyped as what DEI is, so we should certainly report that. But that the notion that the only way we can get people to care about things that affect Black people is to show they also don't affect Black people.
Then you'd never solve the problem, right?
You'll never solve the problem. And it's like, just on a human level, it's absolutely gutting, right? That our suffering alone is not enough. That only if other people are suffering too, namely white people, but not just white people, right? This whole people of color category is built around the notion that we can't just talk about Black people. That is just, it's always a challenge. It's always a challenge in my work, and I actually refuse to write into it. I'm like, I just won't do it. But I also understand by not doing it, I'm probably not convincing as many people as I could if I did do it.
Do you think people read the story now and see your byline and just are not like, oh, yep, that's it. Not going to be convinced.
Well, they mostly are probably like, that's going to be a long ass article. So, no, certainly there are, especially since the 1619 Project. I started getting this, most of my career, I wasn't obviously writing 1619. I was covering school segregation, housing segregation. And you did get to a point where there were certain people who just wouldn't talk to me. People I would try to interview because they already know, if I'm calling you about this, you're a segregationist. No, let me stop. But yeah, there are certainly people who will never be convinced. But I write one hoping that I will reach an open-minded. I can only write to people who I believe have an open mind. I don't waste my time on people who I don't think I can convince.
This is like the Du Bois intro.
Yeah, it is.
Mhm.
In Black Reconstruction,
Black
he's talking
Reconstruction.
about. And I fully agree with, like, I'm not wasting my effort on that because, frankly, there's enough people who are persuadable, who are also doing really messed up things, but they maybe don't know it. So I write to people I believe can be persuaded, and I write to people who I believe, like, you actually have no idea what has built this. And that's why all my, everything I write is so long, because I'm like, there are patterns here. We are on tainted ground, and that ground that is tainted is spoiling the fruits on the tree. But you can't deal with the problem of the pestilence if you don't get to the root of it. But I'm also writing to people who are persuadable, but I'm not persuading you on certain things, which Du Bois also talks about, right? Like, Du Bois says, I'm not writing to convince you that Black people are human. If you don't believe that, don't even bother to read me, because I'm not even grappling with that. And I write the same way. Like, I'm not convincing you that we're worthy of any of these things. I am going to tell you this is the history that maybe you don't understand that leads you to feel this way, but I'm never going to write from the point of having to convince people that we are worthy of the same rights and lives and happiness and equality that everyone else expects.
The thing I love about that book, aside from the intro and the whole book, is I was just looking through the notes and realized that he has two separate bibliographies there. One of the bibliographies is for people who don't believe Black folks are human. And he put a bibliography of his ops
Yes.
in print, which is great. But speaking of Du Bois, my way out of that conundrum about, how empathy really, or lack of empathy, shapes how people receive the news is, it may be a cop-out, but it's posterity. For me, I would not be able to receive the truth and dig into the history if people had not worked to get our perspective into print.
Yes.
If Du Bois had not cataloged lynchings, if Ida B. Wells had not cataloged lynchings, if people had not done these things, even knowing or predicting that they would not be, that their arguments would not be persuading people. And I'm curious if posterity has a role for you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, completely. Because I write about things that I know are never going to change. I mean, I'm probably like one of the only investigative reporters in America who's like, when I publish, no heads will roll, nothing will be toppled, there will be no price. And I know that going in. So for me, my work is always about, to me, that fundamental role that journalists, but especially Black journalists, have had to play in the United States, which is to merely bear witness, to say that one day when people look back on this time, they will read our writing and they can't pretend they didn't know. They can't pretend to have false innocence. I don't expect anything that I write about is going to change or in a positive way. Most of the things I write about have changed actually in a negative way. They've regressed and gotten even worse. But I think that is what we must do. That's what Du Bois did, right? I mean, Ida B. Wells was trying to, of course, get an anti-lynching law, which she never accomplished. But she did make lynching an international scandal for the United States, right? And we use that data to look back when they try to paint the rosy picture of what it was. We use that reporting to show this was the reality. So I think that is all that I do now.
One thing that also gives me at least energy is thinking back to Katrina and thinking about, Kanye, rest in peace, and the whole George Bush doesn't care about Black people thing, right? You remember that was a scandal, right? You couldn't say that about a president. Now I can go outside and shout it on the sidewalk, and many people do. The fact that we're able to, we can get up here and talk about certain things and have language to describe it. something has changed, right?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, look, but okay. As I always say, yes, I am grateful I'm not a slave.
Yeah. Agreed.
You know, and I'm glad that was very uncomfortable for y'all. My point being, we cling so desperately to progress that is, to me, not progress. The fact that I being older than you, and you know, part of that first generation in the history of this land, Black people who were born with full rights of citizenship, is not something that I take as progress to be bragged about. The fact that 10 years before I was born, it was illegal to discriminate against descendants of slavery and literally everything that we do. And I was born into society that no longer legally allowed that is progress. But should we be proud that it took 350 years for that to happen? To get basic rights, rights that people who could get off a boat from Europe and have immediately upon touching ground, we had to achieve through decades of a bloody and deadly insurrection against our own country. So I think like we, you know, the second to the last, third to the last essay in the book is by Ibram X. Kendi. It's called Progress. And I love that essay because he talks about this American obsession with the idea of progress. That, yeah, things were bad a long time ago, and they're not where they should be right now, but they're gonna get better in the future. And by believing that, then we alleviate ourselves of the necessity to act now, because we're just assuming that progress is always moving forward. And what he argues is, it is, but maybe not in the forward direction that many of us would want. Like we're clearly in a period of progress right now of the racist regime that wants to erase other progress. They have made amazing lightning progress in their ability to, you know, not that long out of us, the Supreme Court saying we could that gay marriage was constitutional, being prepared to bring another attack to undo that, right? Of being able to undo abortion rights for women, of being able to undo civil rights. The fact that one man could gut the entire civil rights infrastructure of the federal government in a matter of 4 months speaks to how precarious that idea of progress was. So yeah, certainly, you know, my whole life would have been unimaginable to my grandmother, who got a 4th grade education, born on a cotton plantation. My father was born on a cotton plantation into a family of sharecroppers. Neither of them lived to see my life, and it would have been unimaginable. But I also know I could go to Mississippi right now, to my dad's hometown, and 1 out of 3 people lives in the deepest poverty you've ever seen. So deep that when I first went there 10 years ago, they were hoping in Baptist Town in Greenwood, they were waiting on leftover Katrina trailers to live in because they were nicer than the homes that they lived in. So that reality is there. And the thing is, I think when we think about the progress of the civil rights movement, there has been immense progress for a small number of us. There has been very little actual progress for most of our people. And the greatest weapon that came out of that was to let enough of us in. And we then control the activism and agitation that would have came if we weren't let in. And so we then allow the vast disparity that most of our people live in to continue because they can point to us and say they could all make it. So I just never mark progress in that way. Progress, to me, that we celebrate is equality. That's the only thing in a nation that wants to believe what it believes about itself that is acceptable to me. Not just Black folks being like, oh yeah, I'm not a slave. Or I wasn't born in a time where if I didn't move off the sidewalk fast enough, a white person could lynch me. And yet we watched a Black man get lynched in 2020 on national television. So yeah, anyway, I get very I'm always, and I know where you're asking the question from, but I think we want that question because it releases something in us, like this idea of progress, this balled up tension that we have in our bodies because we know this shit is fucked up. Sorry to cuss, but it is. I come from a cussing people, y'all. I got credentials, but no home training. But so we want to talk about progress to release some of that. I don't want us to release it. The hell that is about to be unleashed onto our communities that were already so vulnerable, we can't release that. Because if we release it, then we are going to accept it and not get out here, like do what these times are going to require of all of us, but especially those of us who have somehow been led into these elite spaces. This is going to be a time for a reevaluation of what we're willing to do now that we're here.
Well, I think we talked about this, but my mother is from Greenwood, and that history, yeah, from right across from the old store off of the highway, across the street from where SNCC organized, and my view of the environment of history is shaped by that. You know, thinking the reason why your piece, aside from the byline, drew my attention was because I've been writing and thinking about the first nadir, which is 4 of the 5 largest casualty catastrophes in American history were in the nadir, and all 4 of those had majority Black victims. We don't know how many because they did not count the Black dead. And I think about that a lot now if I'm thinking about this moment, this era.
So you're talking about
Yeah,
Wilmington, Tulsa, Red Summer?
No, I'm talking about Okeechobee Hurricane, 28. Their eyes
you're
are
talking
watching
about
God.
environmental catastrophes. Got you.
I'm talking about 1893 hurricane. And so these are 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people events. And they, you know, the 1893 hurricane in South Carolina had at least 2,000 Black victims and 1 white one. And it was a white woman who died from a heart attack. Yeah. From fear.
I was gonna say, she
From
probably,
fear.
yeah, thought the fleeing Black folks was coming for her. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
And that to me is kind of like the if this is a second nadir, which I agree with your reasoning, that's the scary thing. It's not a, you know, oh, we just turn the page and things might get a little worse. It's like you said, we really have to change how we assess this.
Yeah, I did not make that argument lightly. And again, this is why my editor was pushing back, and she should have. Because if you're going to say it, you better, something like that, you better hope to be able to back it up, though I actually hope that I am very wrong. Because the suffering that I fear is going to be unleashed. And I went back, I've had this feeling for a while, and I know I'm not alone, that we were heading towards one. And I went back and I saw, 3 years ago on Twitter, this is under the Biden administration, but you could see what the courts were doing. You could see what was happening at the state level, which is always, this is why Black folks don't believe in states' rights and conservative white people do, because the state has always been oppressive to Black people. The federal government has often been the only way we have been able to vindicate our rights, because state and local government actively worked against us. So you were already seeing, what happened in Florida looks very much like fascism. If removing elected officials from office, overturning when they vote to decide that formerly incarcerated people as felons can vote, and you just overturn it. The gerrymandering, the hyper gerrymandering to basically ensure Black people have no political voice in the state. The banning of books, the don't say gay law, like you go down the list, and now the overtaking of FAMU, like the only public HBCU in the state. They were one of the first that passed an explicitly anti-16, or they tried to pass anti-1619 project law, and then they just passed it through the Department of Education there. You look at what's happening in Tennessee. Like this, the signs are there. And then, of course, up to the Supreme Court, which was, I mean, I talked about this the other day. We always imagine the Supreme Court in our minds as the Warren Court. But the vast history of the Supreme Court has been it has always worked against marginalized people and it's always upheld power. So looking to see what the Supreme Court was doing. So I was 3 years ago saying it is looking so much like the history we've studied of the fall of Reconstruction, which begins at the state level, this erosion of Black people's rights, the dilution of voting power, and then the federal government joining in and the stamp of approval coming from the Supreme Court. And now I feel that we are here, and we're here even the most cynical amongst us, I don't think, imagined how quickly things would fall.
And things fell quickly the last time, right?
Absolutely. And I think the other thing, and I didn't make this argument so much in this essay, but the essay I wrote last year, which was basically predicting where we were going to be, not based on magic, just based on knowing this country and history. We can't have democracy if we don't work towards racial inequality. These two things are required. So it is not, we think about the fall of Reconstruction as being the loss of Black people's rights, but the fall of Reconstruction is the end of democracy in America. And we don't get democracy again until the civil rights movement ensures that all people have the right to participate in the political process. So even now, when we keep thinking about these as being about Black people's rights or marginalized people's rights, what we need to be thinking about is that there's a reason these go in tandem, that the broader attack on democracy begins with attacks on the rights of marginalized people. You can't divorce these two, and yet we do. I mean, that was the point of the democracy essay of the 1619 book, is I began by rejecting the premise that the civil rights movement was about Black people. The civil rights movement was about democracy, period. Those people worked to democratize this country. That's why every other marginalized group gets their rights out of the Black freedom struggle. And so I think as we are at this crisis in democracy, and we have a political party that ostensibly reflects the multiracial democracy, whose argument now is that we have to stop talking about that part of it if we want to maintain power or save our democracy. And my point is, you can't. You can't stop talking about race and racial inequality and racial injustice if you want to preserve our democracy. And we have always failed to think about these two things together because we hold on to this myth, and it's very uncomfortable to be like, y'all, democracy is 60 years old in the United States. So we just say it was about Black people's rights. And that's where we are.
I'm going to open the floor for questions soon. I will say I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that Mr. Cortland Cox is here of SNCC, one of the and thank you. I've learned so much from you, and I just feel like we're talking about your portfolio. So I don't want to not mention that you're here. But before we open it up, I want to ask one last very, I think, important question that everybody asks at the end of these. You ready for it?
Yes.
What gives you hope?
I know you're not asking me that. Stop playing.
What? I want to know, I'm thinking about, there are new variables now. There's AI, there's the climate crisis. How are those things factoring into your analysis? Do we, conceivably, I think things could be worse in a way.
Oh, they will be.
Okay.
I mean, they are. I mean, if you start with the climate crisis, the fact that we have an administration that is literally not just refusing to engage with the science, but gutting any possibility of us dealing with them. We have passed every single threshold. I was watching a video by a climate scientist the other day, and he just said, it's over at this point. Now we just have to figure out how to survive. How will we survive the inevitable? And I have a 15-year-old daughter who doesn't want to have children. She's telling me at 15, I don't want to have children. I don't know if there's going to be a way to sustain life. She's looking at Donald Trump. She's looking at being a Black girl. She's looking at the climate crisis. She's looking at all of these things. She's looking at people being disappeared. She's looking at us building a concentration camp. She's looking at all of these things. And I can't look to her and be like, oh, but you still should. It's going to get better. I think we are in for the duration of the darkest times that any of us in this room, and that is including Mr. Cox, have gone through. I think we are going so far back. That's my argument, is they're not trying to repeal the civil rights movement. We're going back further. But on top of that, we are killing the very habitat that we live in. And we know already who suffers the most. And my daughter asked me the other day, she was like, this is the beauty of talking to children, right? Young people, because by the time you get to be our age, we just learn to justify everything. We can explain it away based on our jaded life experience, but when you try to explain something to a child, which I'm sure you do, right?
Yeah.
You realize how crazy we sound. So she's like, well, why would rich people want to destroy the planet? They have to live here too. And I'm like, because they don't plan on living here with the rest of us. And they're building, right? They know that if anybody will be able to survive this, it will be them. And they don't care about the rest of us. And that is a hard thing, because I'm very honest with my child. Like, I'm like, you're going to have to, she lives in my household. She understands there's a reality that has to be grappled with. And I can't smooth that over by talking about hope, because I am not hopeful. I am deeply afraid. I have never in my life, and I have never been a hopeful person. And I always spend my time in the horrors that this country has reaped upon so many people in this world, frankly. I wake up every day with such a deep sense of foreboding that I have never experienced. Like, every day, I don't think any of us understand how bad it's going to get on every possible front. And so what gives me hope? The only thing I'll say, I don't have a lot of hope. But I certainly don't have hope in the way where people tell me all the time, well, Black folks have survived worse. And my answer to that is many of us did not. So stop saying that, because many of us will not. But I do know that I come from a people who have never given up on the possibility that they can change what seems unchangeable. I'm thinking about somebody who would grow up in the South and join SNCC or SCLC. I'm thinking about a Fannie Lou Hamer or Diane Nash. I'm thinking about Frederick Douglass. Could Frederick Douglass in 1835 believe that slavery could be toppled? He sounded insane. And yet, 30 years later, slavery was toppled. Racial apartheid eventually was toppled. Now it was replaced with other systems of racist oppression, but we won't get into that. I know that our people are going to fight no matter what. And that some of us are going to come out and survive on the other side of this. And so I have to place my hope in a future that I don't believe is possible, but I know that there are people who do. And I think we need both types. Me, where I'm like, this shit is burning down, y'all. So do something. And those who believe that they can architect a different future. But to me, always, hope is an action. Hope is it's not faith. Hope is an action. The people who joined the civil rights movement didn't have faith that the world would change. They changed it. And I do think everything, the central thesis, unwritten thesis of the 1619 Project, is all of this has been created. Every inequality we see was built, which means we can undo it. If you know they built it, you know we can build something else. But the hardest thing to do is to get the actual sustained political will to build something else. I just worry with the climate, by the time we get that will, what will be left? So I'll go back to the not hopeful side. But that's all I got.
Well, thank
I have hope in bourbon too, if anybody has any.
you. Love bourbon. All right, I want to open up for questions.
Now y'all all want bourbon, huh?
Oh, y'all scared? There we go.
Hi, my name is Maika. I'm the Senior Social Media Manager for New America, and I'm also a Howard University PhD student.
Ain't you?
You know. So I guess, as I was listening to you speak, there is a journalist who talks about the different types of myth that we tell ourselves and the archetypes, and how there's the good victim, there's the trickster. And, as we were talking about New Orleans and how it was portrayed in the media, my family is from Haiti. So of course there's this understanding of how when natural disasters happen to Black people, it takes on this almost supernatural punishment. And I was just thinking about like the role that media has played in highlighting these injustices, but to who you have your namesake on X or Twitter, depending on what you call it, the Black press played a really big role in helping us to have a better understanding of how we as Black people were being portrayed in the media and the way it impacted the country. But I think now, to Van's point about AI, I worry about where that coalition is coming from, right? Is there a unified Black press? Do we still need it to help combat the ways that we have been historically been portrayed, whether we're talking about, Hurricane Katrina or things so far back as when Ida B. Wells was, monitoring and documenting what was happening to Black people in this country. So I guess, what do we do now in this age, and do we have that kind of coalition?
I mean, I think if you want to ask about a Black press, you got to ask about a press first. And functionally, a lot of us live in a world now already where there isn't really a press. And a lot of people will talk about the death of local newspapers, which I think is a huge deal. But it's more than that, right? I think there's what you're replacing it with matters as well. And we're replacing it with an ecosystem that destroys shared reality, right? And so I don't know. I feel like I am always tempted, right, to think, yeah, we need a Black press. And because, like I read all the old, newspapers, and I would love for us to, for the Defender to have national syndication again and all those things. But I always have to ask myself, is that the right question right now? And I think we media may be too far gone for that to be a question. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, one, Van is right. There's just the not the death, but the severe wounding of the media in general. People who were trained with certain standards, certain ethics. And so while they may not always get reporting right, there is an effort, right? That there's been some verification process. And we know, from research that particularly the death of local news has helped fuel the crisis of democracy, because people trust their local news and they don't trust the national news. And local news, of course, most things that impact most people's lives happen at the city council, the school board, county government, the state house. And now they know there's no one watching. There's just no one watching. And I think that's been very dangerous. I don't think there will probably ever be a robust Black press again, because I don't know that there's going to be a robust press. New York Times might be the only newspaper in America that makes money off of subscriptions, that actually can run off of subscriptions, not the Washington Post, not the LA Times. That's why they all got bought by billionaires, right? So people ask for something that they don't support. and they don't understand what it does until it's gone. And once it's gone, it doesn't tend to come back. But the other thing I would say, while I don't think there will be one, we do need it. Because all of us, Black people who would have been working in the Black press after integration, we go into mainstream newsrooms, but we don't get to cover our communities the way we would cover them if we were working for a Black press. In fact, most of us struggle. I'm not in that position now anymore. But for most of my career, I'm a Black person in a white newsroom who has to fight to write those stories. And so us being there as opposed to in our own newsrooms does matter. And so now, because there is not a strong Black press, our own communities are not in the practice of even understanding what news would look like if we were doing that. So much of what we now see as news is really just people commenting on reporting that's been done, and not what the Defender did, what Ida B. Wells did, what the Afro-American did, what the Pittsburgh Black paper did, which was they were doing investigations. They were doing real reporting, and they were pushing this nation on issues of civil rights, human rights, came out against the atomic bomb, spoke up during the Holocaust when the rest of the nation was rejecting it, all of those things. We don't have that anymore. We just have a bunch of people who talk about things that they read, that someone else reported, which we know, therefore, there's so much about our experiences that never get reported. But I don't know, I just don't think that there's, news, the press made money off of advertisement. People don't understand that it was never off of subscriptions. It was always off of advertisement, and not a single place has been able to find a funding model to pay for news if it's based on subscriptions, if it's based on anything else, and there's not enough philanthropy in the United States to finance a robust press.
And as we know, philanthropy can change its mind.
And it wants certain things, right? So I'll fund a health reporter. Well, maybe I don't need that. Or maybe I don't want to cover that. And then we don't have, except for, NPR and PBS, we don't have really publicly funded media, but we also see the dangers of that, because now we have a president who doesn't want that. And so he's threatening to gut their funding. So if someone can come up with a model, but there isn't one. Thanks, Craigslist.
Well, I do think.
He's actually a good guy. He has a whole journalism school named after him, but he did decimate the industry that he's now trying to support.
But I do think public media and public investment, although we do see the limitations of it, to me, if I were to try and build the thing we need, that is where I would start. And there are some, for me, promising experiments in doing this, where I've seen news that is local and responsive and does the thing that I want it to do. If you want to support one in this very city, I am a big fan of the 51st, and there are people who are trying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there was just that great story in the AP today that didn't talk about any Black folks, but about, a lot of people leaving mainstream newsrooms and going on to Substack or YouTube. And people are paying to subscribe to them. My problem is, though, that most of that still is not reporting.
Right.
We are overwhelmed by commentary. But we actually need someone who's doing the digging, right? That's trying to not just tell you what they think about something, but get to some truth here or some accountability. And I think that's the issue. Even, Capital B, when they first started, wanted to be an investigative firm. And I talked to the sisters who founded it, and I'm like, the problem with investigations, it costs so much money. When I was doing big investigations, work a whole year and produce one thing. And the funding model for that is impossible. Except we need that. That is the thing that we need, not a whole bunch of people talking about what they think about things. And that's what I worry about the most. I mean, we have a crisis of democracy right now, in part because we have a president who's not even worried that 2% of what's being done is ever going to be exposed. And if it's exposed, people just won't believe, right? And that's the problem of, it was never great to only have 3 news channels, for instance. There was just so much that never got covered, but at least there was a common understanding of what was happening in the world. There's no common understanding now. If I don't like what your reporting is, I can just dismiss it and go over here to what they're going to say, what I want. And that's deeply problematic for democracy. We also just don't know how government works. We're just ignorant.
We need Schoolhouse Rock back.
Yeah, we do. We're just ignorant.
I have a question about migration. I'm from New Orleans. My extended family lives in Atlanta because they moved to Atlanta after Katrina. The second half of my family is in Flint, Michigan, because as part of the Great Migration, they moved in the 40s and 50s and 60s. After a mass shooting at my daughter's school here in DC, my wife and I took my gay, Black, autistic daughter and moved to Portugal. Has the ideology of Marcus Garvey aged better than the ideology of Dr. King?
You got that one.
Well, one, I wouldn't, I don't know that I would compare those two and the ideology of those two. And for several obvious reasons. Marcus Garvey was an immigrant. Marcus Garvey has a home to go to. This is our home. Also just a whole bunch of other things. And if you read the late Dr. King, we never talk about the late Dr. King. There's a reason he got assassinated. But it's an interesting question. So the day after the election, my family and I flew to Paris because Deb Willis, the great photographer, MacArthur Fellow, does this annual talk there, and the theme is migrations. And so I came to give a talk on migrations, and after the election, literally the night of, I rip up my talk because, who won? And I was like, well, this talk I'm about to give, which is about the history of, 1619 and that migration, no longer seemed to make sense in that context. And I titled that talk, The 3 Great Migrations That Shaped Black America, and hopefully not the 4th. And my argument was, we can't leave because most of our people cannot leave. And so, of course, the first great migration for us was the transatlantic slave trade. The second great migration for us was what they call the Second Middle Passage, which is after the Cotton Gin, when 1 million of us are transported out of the Upper South to the Deep South. The third is the Great Migration, where 6 million Black folks try to seek refuge and flee fascism in the South. And I've heard, leading up to that election, so many, of course, well-to-do Black people talking about, oh, we're thinking of moving to Europe, we're thinking of moving somewhere else. And so I wanted to directly confront that in the day after the election, that for me, that's just not a possibility. Like, my fight is here. I come from Waterloo, Iowa. My folks are, most of them, $300 away from eviction. They're not getting on a plane and leaving the United States. And most of the 40 million Black Americans cannot get on a plane and leave the United States. And also, why should we? Because part of it is the stubbornness in me of thinking, at the end of slavery, or right when Abraham Lincoln is getting ready to issue the Emancipation Proclamation, and he calls these esteemed Black men, and he's like, I'm going to free your people, and when I free you, you need to go. We're going to get some ships for you, we have some money, and you need to go somewhere else. And they were so offended by that at the moment of our liberation, you're going to tell us that we have to leave the country that we built for y'all to enjoy. So for me, it's just, now, there may come a time where I'll be living in exile in a crowd like Du Bois, right? But that will be a forced exile if it were to happen. It would not be by choice. I cannot condemn other Black people who do that. Though I will. No, I'm playing. but I do, I do think for me, my whole life is understanding everything that I have was because people were willing to make a sacrifice. They were. You asked me the question. Go ahead, though. Yes, of course. Of course. It's a dialogue. It's okay. It's a dialogue. It's okay.
And this is a I guess an existential question. What did that generation, my grandparents, what did that generation sacrifice for though? That's the question.
That's a real question. I mean, our entire existence in America is the product of that sacrifice. Everything I've ever been able to do in my life, I was not born into racial apartheid in the United States. And I think sometimes, if we're not immersed in that history, we maybe forget what that was like. We don't live in that. As bad as things are, we don't live in that. So now that's the progress question, right? And so again, for me, it's just I am motivated every day by a debt. I feel I owe a debt. And I don't say that, I say that in a literal way, that I know what it took, what people gave, what people sacrificed, often their lives, often their income, often their dignity, for me to have what I have. And so I can't take that and then flee away from the people who now I owe a debt to. So I think it's a question a lot of people are considering. I argue against it because can you just imagine us abandoning all of our people who are already the most vulnerable in our society? Van knows this, in my personal life, I've not done that. I live in a low-income Black community. I sent my daughter to poor Black schools. On a very real way, I am in it with my community for all the struggles that brings. And I feel that same collective obligation because all I think about is, damn, if people hadn't done that for me, what would my life be? But your thoughts?
I mean, to be real, I can't go nowhere without biscuits.
You can make biscuits.
Well, I can make them.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, thank
That was
you.
it? Wait,
no, that
so
was
that
it.
was
Seriously. Now look, I have worked a full shift. I'm gonna go grab a beer. All right. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you so much.